meantime, thank you very much for coming in. We have another clear night of astrophotography available for us, so we are going to make the most of this. And we're going to take a look at some new targets, take a look at some familiar areas of the night sky, and like I said, as soon as I get my camera back online here, I'll get that working again. But in the meantime, thank you very much for stopping by, and there we go. Hello, good to see you. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight, like I said, we have more clear skies once again. It was horrible weather the whole day, and funny enough, the forecast was correct, and basically at 8 o'clock, the rain stopped, and we had crystal clear skies. And the good thing is, but when you kind of get a storm rolling through and you get that high pressure front coming, or that high pressure weather coming behind the storm, it just leaves like some nice calm clear skies. And I'm going to take advantage of it again, because really the rest of the week doesn't look too good. So I will, yeah, I'll do what I can to bring some images tonight. And I think last night, as I kind of wrapped things up, my camera seems to be doing all sorts of weird things. Let's see. Apologies for that. Let's see, is that going to work? No. There, that looks like we are, everything's working again there. Hopefully that looks all right. I'll see, I'll check, I have to find out if the audio is all synced, but that should be okay. So what I want to do is get things started, because, well, A, you never know when the weather might want to change on you, and B, I just want to start imaging things. And I think what I'm going to start off with, while it's in the skies, I'm going to go back to Mars for a little bit. Because it is, hopefully it's not too far out of the way for the because there's only so far that actually I can look to the southeast, because I don't have a long enough cord for my DC outlet that's going to the camera. Again, you live and learn. So I do have to have a extension added onto that, so I can just at least freely move around and not worry about catching into anything. So the trick to imaging a planet is, it's going to be different than what we would do usually with with long exposures for nebula and galaxies and much more dimmer objects. Planets are so much brighter, and you have to take either really short images but really you are shooting video. So what I kind of do to almost cheat the system on this is basically run the focus on here, because and do pretty much so I do the quickest exposure possible, and then I'm dropping the so basically I'm trying to run a live image of Mars right now while it's still available to us. And it just because it's such a bright object in the sky, you have to do very short images. And really when you're shooting with a video is that you are taking, because there's a lot you can just see how it's wobbling in the picture here. And actually let's move to the larger screen for the ASI Air, so at least maybe we have a better view of that. There we go. Mars is nice and big. So we're able to kind of see some of a little bit of the planet features, which I thought was really cool with this setup that I wasn't sure was that it was going to work. So I think really just kind of playing with the, you change up the sliders and on the histogram to at least get it brighter, but also keep that contrast in there. So you can see the filter that I am using, it does have more of a green cast to it. So, and the white balance is really good, but not perfect right out of the gate. So there would still have to be some white balancing to be done, but you can still kind of catch that rusty kind of color of the planet. And that is our live shot of Mars. I'm going to see if I can maybe change the exposure level, maybe a little bit longer, and maybe catch a little more detail, because as that atmosphere is still wobbling, you're dealing with all that distortion that's coming from the image. So when you're shooting the video, what it does, it'll pick out the best image, the sharpest image of the planet, and then those images are what's stacked, and everything else is too blurry or misshapen and gets thrown out. And that's kind of the short version of how planetary imaging works. So I'm going to see how long of an exposure I can do. And then also still be able to catch some details out of there. And I think I might have that this might be even too long of an exposure, because now it's almost it's getting close to like just a white disc. So we'll go back to a little shorter exposure, bring up the histogram a bit. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it really bright, kind of zoom in, and see if I can just bring that in a little closer to the peak. Bring that back out, maybe just increase that contrast just a tiny little bit. And yeah, while that's running, you can kind of catch just those fleeting glimpses of the planetary surface. And actually, I'm pretty sure that if you look at the bottom, kind of the bottom right corner, like maybe even probably about almost 4 o'clock, is a little lighter area, and that would be the southern pole of the planet. and just that little bit of yeah, I'm gonna say that definitely looks like it could be the South Pole of Mars, which again, shooting it like this is pretty darn cool to see it that way. And yeah, I just want to. Mars is going to quickly go behind the trees, or at least get out of my view, fairly quickly. So I will need to adjust where I am looking in a bit, but yeah, I just like hanging out on Mars for a little bit there, because it's at its closest right now in our orbit. So our orbits are much closer, to the point where it's only going to take about 2 minutes for radio signal to get to Mars, and 2 minutes to get back. So you got a 4-minute round trip, rather than it taking about 7 minutes each way. So yeah, just having it just a little bit closer, it is visually larger in telescopes. Otherwise, it would probably be almost half the size, quite possibly, when it's at its farthest orbit from us. So I'm going to. I really can't even save these images at the moment, because, well, what I can do is take some quick shots of it, but then you're really dealing with. I'm really going for some lucky imaging, because it may not match up with when the atmosphere is just calm enough. So I might end up with too blurry image, and it's really just my makeshift version of visual astronomy right here. So I did notice last night, and for those of you who did stop by last night, I appreciate you coming by and looking at some targets in the night sky with me. Tonight we have a few of the same targets, but I'm going to try to really vary it up and get a couple of new targets. And near the end of the night, I think it's probably going to be like some of the last couple of targets. I do believe there could be some bits of Orion that were actually going to be visible. I would really like the Horsehead Nebula to be visible, but I think it's just going to be just below the roof line, and we're not going to be able to see it. And the Orion Nebula, that's still a few weeks away from coming up right when we need it. So we'll back out of here. And yeah, also you can see how Mars is, like I had it in that green crosshair right in the middle, and it's moved out of frame, and that is because it's moving faster than the scope is tracking, because you can track it to follow planets or stars, which is sidereal rate, and there's the planetary rate, and there's the lunar rate, because all three of those areas you're looking at are going to be moving at different speeds relative to where your scope is, what we're looking at. So you can change the tracking to the sidereal, solar, and lunar, but I'll just keep it at sidereal, because I'm really not doing a lot of planetary imaging with this rig. So we'll pick I guess this is what Mars would be our first target, but we're going to go on to, last night we spent a lot of time in Cassiopeia, and while there's a lot to look at, there's still a few objects in that area that we really didn't get to. So I'm going to see if there's maybe a couple objects just above. We did shoot the Cave Nebula, but I'm going to see, is the Bubble Nebula available? So I'd like to shoot that. Now also, we do have some, not high winds, but it is at about, like we're looking at 18-mile-an-hour wind. So that is going to be a little tricky at times when I think some of the longer exposures just won't do the trick. So I may actually need to just kind of cut things, just changing the exposure lengths, because again, at like 10 minutes, it's going to be a little too risky. So let's come out of there. Let's stop that. Go back to preview. And actually, you know, I'm going to go to Andromeda, because that one always looks even through, because it is so big and so bright. We always get a nice show out of that there. And you can see we're at I believe an 88% full moon now. Yeah, so we're at 88%. So thankfully, the areas that we're kind of shooting at, it's not going to be impacted by the moon for too long. So once that kind of goes behind the trees, then we don't have to worry too much about the moon having an impact on our images. So we are on Andromeda, and I'm still cooling the camera down to what I want to be at, minus 10 degrees. And actually, I'm going to be a little whimsical, and we're going to drop it down to, I'm going to see how things kind of change up to possibly even minus 20. Now, we may not need to do that, but I think there's going to be a couple of targets I'm going to look back at, take some more shots, and just be able to compare them and just see how much of a difference in the temperature it's going to make. On our targets there. So we'll also get the guiding going, because while I was on Mars, that's also another thing why Mars was drifting in the shot, because it actually wasn't guiding on a star at all. So that's just your the errors that kind of come along with it there. Yeah, okay, see now that star in see the top left corner, that is way too bright to be guiding on. You're not going to be able to get too much accuracy there. So I want it, like I said, I want to get something that's in between 2.5 and 3.5. And 2.21, 2.41, or check on that star there, 339, 343. I'm gonna stick with that one, just in case there's any kind of haze that might be coming through there. So also, I've been playing with the I guess the aggressiveness of the declination and right aggression corrections on there, and yeah, I guess it's kind of not really. That's really going all over the place right now. I don't know if that was any bit of wind that kind of pushed the scope just as I started guiding, but those are definitely not the kind of numbers I want to see on there. But that also might have been just that little start to things, and it looks like we might be settling out there. That's fine. let's clear that graph. We'll start again there. Yeah, I think we're fine for guiding there. And also the beauty of being able to leave the scope set up means that I don't always have to keep recalibrating my guiding. I did the recalibration last night before we started because I had left it. There's been quite a few days since we actually got things together, and I also did adjust the balance just a little bit, and it looks like it kind of paid off because everything was guiding really well last night. And I think any real errors tonight in guiding is going to be because the winds. And the Met Office did say that there was a chance of still 20-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts. So, and just look at the guiding, it just moved all over the place again. And it could be, it could also be that in that box I have too many stars, and it might actually be focusing on the wrong star. So let's stop the guiding there. And we'll pick a new star. Let's go back to that one that it had originally suggested. And we'll see how that takes it. See if things go. And again, like I said, I think the wind is probably going to play a bit of a factor. So that is a bit of the kick in the pants, where everything is nice and clear out and exactly what you want. Now it's doing it again. Yeah, you want things to be working out well. All right, actually, I'm probably gonna have to maybe recalibrate. Because I'm looking outside, it doesn't look too bad. I can't imagine that. Well, these are just the joys of all the trials that come about with astrophotography. Because we're at the way how I'm set up, I am totally at the mercy of the elements. So yeah, it keeps bouncing back and forth between the stars there. So that's not what we want that to do. And it's interesting that in this area, all right, let's focus on that star. Let's guide on that one. It doesn't seem to be any other bright stars in that immediate area of that box there. So let's see if everything kind of holds together there. But in the meantime, we have reached our temperature, but minus 10 degrees. And the cooler is only running at 32%, so that's not putting any strain. It's only about, what's our temperature? About 10 degrees right now? 9 degrees. And we're getting down to 8. So the sensor was already at about 5 degrees Celsius when I started things up, so it was already nice and cool. And if you're bringing your DSLR outside, usually you kind of want to give it some time to come down to the ambient temperature of outside. However, once you start running long exposures with an uncooled camera, that the temperature can start to rise pretty quick. And I've had nights where I've started on where the temperatures are coming out at about 10 degrees, which is, I guess, favorable for uncooled camera. But midway through the session, things are jumping up to like 19, 20 degrees. And at that point, you're just getting so much more thermal noise out of your camera that it's just difficult to get anything really good out of there. So I'm gonna just do a 10-second exposure on Andromeda there. Clear our guiding graph. And just make sure everything's still fairly centered. there's not too much drift in there, so that's fine. There we go, starting that exposure on Andromeda, which is our nearest galactic neighbor at about 2.5 million light years away. And when you look at it, if you're in a dark sky site, the Andromeda is actually larger than 6 full moons across. So, you know, you're seeing the full moon in our little security camera there, and that's the 88% full moon. But just if you weren't to have any glare of your full moon, the size of the moon, that's Andromeda, how close it is. And if you are in a dark sky site, you're going to be able to see that a lot better than you would in basically in a rural area, or like right in the center of a city. You're definitely not going to see any of the Andromeda galaxies that are there, short of using a very narrowband filter. And then again, shooting narrowband like I'm kind of doing tonight, it's not ideal for getting a great image of a galaxy. So yeah, it looks like, looking at the guiding, it looks like I might be kind of fighting with a bit of the wind, but we'll see how that goes. We don't have to any wild. I'm still under the total RMS error is still under 1 full degree, which is all right. And again, I do comment a lot on the guiding, but that, as long as in the end you have your round stars, that number really isn't going to matter. And really, I've seen a lot of people even guiding at like over almost 2 seconds, or 2 degrees, 2 degrees, 2 seconds, 2 degrees, and they're still coming up with good images. Now, granted, they might be shooting at shorter exposures. However, something like that, it depends on the scope, it depends on your target, it depends on your mount, and it's just, yeah, like almost every target is going to require a little bit of finesse. So yeah, you kind of got to plan according. There isn't a simple one-shot solution for everything out there. So but what I'm doing, I'm kind of going to the extreme on some levels, I guess, with just being able to present some of these images. And yeah, doing 10 minutes is yeah, just a little bit of I wouldn't usually shoot at 10-minute intervals. I tried that before, and more often than not, I was left with some star trails or a bunch of satellites kind of going through my image, and it just wasn't ideal. Because if you're trying to stack those up, it doesn't take much to kind of ruin that exposure, and then you've lost 10 minutes of your night. Whereas if you're doing, say, 3-minute exposures, you're only losing, you're just losing 3 minutes, and it's easy to kind of tack that on to the end of the night if possible. And I did notice at the end of the night, last night, that there was a bit of dew starting to form on both the main scope and the guide scope. So pretty much that was the limit at about 1 a.m. when everything started getting really condensy on there. And yeah, it's just that's going to be remedied by getting things set up with the dew heater and some dew bands around there. And it is a good solution that I have looked at, because I can control that from my laptop, so I can still have an extension out there and be able to control things from inside, which works out well for doing this. And because that just means I can stay out longer. And also, even just if I'm doing an imaging session without presenting it, I can leave the scope out there for the night and not have to worry about the condensation forming on the lenses and kind of just ruining everything. And I really hadn't noticed or encountered condensation before for the longest time when I was imaging. And one night when I was actually trying to shoot Andromeda with my DSLR and on the Star Adventurer, Skywatcher's mini star tracker mount, that all of a sudden my images were getting dimmer and dimmer. I'm like, what's going on? And I'm like thinking, I'm looking up and like the cloud, there's no change in the clouds. I'm wondering what is, and I looked at the lens and I saw it was just covered in just that thin layer of mist on there. And I was like, well, that's the end of that night. And I didn't have a hair dryer to hand. It was also kind of the end of the night. It was about 3 a.m. So I figured that was enough of the images that I captured. So just kind of dealt with that, and eventually got just a small little dew band that just plugs into the USB. There's no control on it, so it's just at its highest temperature. So that's worked out well. But now just the way how the demands of the rig have changed a little bit, I figure I'm gonna have to. That's the next round of upgrades for things, and that'll hopefully be able to come fairly soon, because I would like to be able to image right through the night and be able to capture some more targets. There are some targets that are readily available for almost the whole night, just based on the angle and rotation that we have looking out to the east. And yeah, just being able to capture those targets and being able to almost end up with a fully what's the word I'm looking for? I've lost the word. Oh, it'll come to me. A fully integrated image. That's what I'm looking for, I think. And just having enough hours of integration to come out with a better image in the end. So I had originally, I kind of thought that I would have some images that were maybe a few minutes in exposure length. I'm thinking, yeah, let's do this. Let's put that out there. And yeah, you can see on my Instagram that there are some earlier images. I think of the Black Eye Galaxy and even M13, the globular cluster in Hercules, is a very short amount of integration. And it's just the limitations that I had at the time. And I was just really excited to look at all these different targets, because there's still tons of targets out there that I've barely even explored. So I'm in a way, I'm thankful that I do have this kind of limited northeast area of the sky available. Otherwise, I kind of be a little almost spoiled for choice, and I really wouldn't be able to kind of pick a certain area of the sky to focus on, because I just wanted to get everything. And I think that's where ultimately getting an outdoor observatory set up, where I can be sheltered from the elements and be ready to go at a moment's notice, and really all I'm doing is either rolling off the roof or just kind of opening up the that window in the observatory dome to start imaging, because everything will be all nice and set up and ready to go, and it's really just flicking everything on, and I don't have to worry about changing up a lot of the setup. I don't have to cover up, I don't have to bring certain pieces of equipment in. So I think that, yeah, it's that freedom that that an observatory would lend itself well to. But those are future plans. Right now, like I said, a lot of the stuff is serving its purpose well, and very minimal kind of changes or upgrades that I'm looking to do just to make life a little easier. That's gonna help things out there. So we are at just under 60 seconds away from our first real long exposure of the night, and that'll be of the Andromeda Galaxy. Now, again, I've shot this many times before, and it's just, I've always been really fascinated with the Andromeda Galaxy, mainly because I guess its proximity is this is an entire galaxy that we're able to see in great detail, versus lots of the other galaxies that are out there, being tens of light years away, or tens of millions of light years away, sorry, or hundreds of millions of light years away. And at that point, you're really stretching to kind of get any kind of real resolution on the image, or being able to get any detail. And you're kind of, at that point, you're relying on spectroscopy and just being able to pick out any kind of chemical composition that's going off there. But there's our shot out of the gate. I am using a ZWO ASI 533 MC Pro cooled camera, and yeah, that's using ZWO's ASI Air as well. That's controlling this whole rig here. Yeah, I never get tired of looking at Andromeda. I just love being able to see all those dust lanes and just the billions of stars, all the bright stars that we're seeing in this image, all these bright points of light, which in a way, it's just a tiny bit of elongation. So that could be just with a little bit of buffeting from the wind. However, the guiding is like spot on, and like I said, for something like that, for an image, I'm totally happy with that. But all those, the tiny points of light, all those stars, that's what's in our galaxy, and everything basically behind it in this kind of hazy white, soft white gradient, those are all Andromeda stars that we're looking at there. Well, let's see if we can pull out some more of the details. And again, kind of going a little aggressive on things. And I'm still impressed with just how the core, I can still see that that point in the middle there, and not the whole thing isn't blown out. So I guess the well depth on this camera is amazing, because you're not oversaturating the pixels in the area, so things aren't bleeding out, and yeah, just causing like a flat, kind of just a flat white blob that isn't this nice gradient. And the camera is, I believe it is 12 bits. So it's not, it says 12 bits or 8 bits. It's not quite 16 bits. And that just, the levels of bits just depends on how smooth the gradient is in the grays, essentially. So you have how many steps towards each level of contrast. But from what I've seen, from what this camera has done, everything has performed really, really, really well. But yeah, again, we have that purple kind of greeny gradient, and that's just coming from the full moon in the area and the street lights. So there is a little bit of impact on that there. However, something like this, taking a little more time with it, doing more shorter exposures, I would probably run something maybe about 4 or 5 minutes on each exposure for this, just to be able to get enough of the signal coming through, but also just being able to keep that any little bit of noise level down, because zooming in, you can still see some of that color, those color blotches in there, and that's for cooling the camera down to minus 10 degrees. That is fairly tame on there. Like I said, let me see if I can find an earlier image, see if I can find a comparison, because you can really see, I think the Crescent Nebula might be one to use there. No, that's wrong. That is the Crescent Nebula. However, that was shot with, I believe, I was actually using my guide cam to try and get an image on there just to see how that looked. No, that's an earlier image. That's still using this camera there. The file system kind of changed up when it moved to a new version of previews of the ASIR's filing system. So I just want to make sure I can find that, find the ones that are from the DSLR, and it looks like this is one of them there. Yeah, I guess I was kind of hoping it would have been a bit of a better example there, using the DSLR image. However, overall, that is actually not too bad. So that was a poor choice. So, well, we're still in Andromeda. We'll leave that one up there for a second there. We will pick a new target. I'm almost tempted to kind of go to the Triangulum galaxy and just basically, these will be the two galaxies. These are the two galaxies in. Yeah, you know, let's go to the Triangulum because that fits really nicely in the frame there as well. So that is a short. Actually, let's go back and save that one there. Two Socks. Hello. How are you? Thanks for stopping by. We are taking some live images of outer space, and right now what we're looking at is an image of our closest galactic neighbor, the Andromeda galaxy. And so what I'm using is, just to my right here is a 8-inch telescope with a dedicated astronomy camera attached to the other end of the scope there, and we're taking 10-minute exposures and just pulling out any details and looking at different objects, nebulae, galaxies, and yeah, just exploring the night sky. So I am controlling the whole telescope with a Raspberry Pi computer, and that is made by a company, ZWO. And yeah, I'm able to pick my targets. We're going to move over to another galaxy right now, which is the Triangulum galaxy, classified as M33. Now, also on here, it is labeled as the Triangulum Nebula, because a lot of the earlier on in astronomy, when these images were, or sorry, when these objects were named, they weren't able to be resolved into what they are today. So a lot of these patches were nebulae. All right, hang on, let me read that out there. So this is the kind of stream I've been searching for. I really appreciate all the hard work you spent to set up in a stream like this, and I know that there are a lot of moving parts of putting a production of this quality together. I will be looking I will be looking up on Twitch. Hope to catch you live. Could you bump up your speech audio a couple of notches? I have my Mac volume maxed out and can hear you, but not easily. You have earned my YouTube subscription. I am number 3 to subscribe. Well, thank you very much for subscribing to my YouTube channel. I appreciate that. No, it's great to come on Twitch because... No, that's cool. I appreciate that very much. Copying the YouTube comment. I will... Yeah, I'm simulcasting this on my YouTube channel. And because obviously being just starting out on Twitch, these VODs will disappear after 2 weeks. So I just want to make sure that I have an archive of what I'm doing. And YouTube is going to be populated as well with some other one-off videos and me just kind of explaining a little bit more with what I'm doing, kind of setting up my equipment. So I'm east of the Big Chicken on YouTube. Don't expect you to remember that though. I apologize, I don't. However, we'll check out definitely check things out for you a little later there. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. Definitely thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. And yeah, like I said, that will be I'll be using that to save the videos from here, and really until I can kind of make it to the next level in Twitch. Like I said, I only have a limited amount of time with my videos on here. So let me choose our next target here, which is the Triangulum Galaxy. Yeah, like I said, it's like the Andromeda Galaxy is labeled originally as the Great Nebula in Andromeda, because looking through, or just looking at it from the naked eye, it was a very fuzzy patch in the sky. And early astronomers figured that these were all just kinds of nebulae, and really we were the only thing in the universe. There wasn't any other galaxies among us. So yeah, a lot of early names from astronomers are just nebula. But once telescopes were further refined, we were able to resolve these into, well, galaxies. So then we knew what they were there. So it's not too far. It's not a far move for the telescope there. The Triangulum Galaxy is another galaxy that is gravitationally bound within this trio of us, the Milky Way, and Andromeda, and Triangulum, which will all three eventually merge to form a new galaxy. And if anyone is going to bury a time capsule and throw some names out there of what we'll name our trio of galaxies merged, it's always interesting to hear what people come up with. So let's say just wait for that guiding to settle down there. So I want to be able to pick a star that is going to be reliable while I'm guiding. And just make sure that that is still, as you don't want to set. Also, I've been having a bit of issue with the wind outside, because while it is clear, I am a little I'm at the mercy of a bit of a windy day that we're kind of coming down from here. All right, I'm going to stop that. I'm going to pick a new star to guide upon. That's too bright. That's too dim. Is this the Goldilocks star? It looks like it might bounce between those ones there. All right. We'll stick with that one there. That's basically within my range of what I want to be on there. So when you're shooting images out in space, you do need to take a longer exposure because they are, a lot of them are very dim, and you just need that that more exposure, that more integration time with your camera to be able to capture those images. And it looks like guiding is probably going to be the most frustrating thing of the night, and it also is a little difficult because the area that I'm pointing in, I'm still, the sky's a little awash with the full moon that's out there. So, all right, Two Socks, thank you very much for following. I appreciate that very much. I don't have a kind of a name for the people on the channel yet for our community, but rest assured I will think of a name. We'll come up with something. And yeah, well, thank you very much for joining in, and yeah, hopefully you enjoy your time here, and maybe I can, you know, teach some things along the way, just, you know, throw some new information out there. And it looks like we lost our guide star. All right, I'm going to break a rule, and I'm going to go with a bit of a brighter star here and just kind of see how that goes. Right. So it looks like we are very, very well aligned on the Triangulum galaxy. And yeah, I can see already some, like just a little bit of those, the nebulous patches there, because the camera and filter that I'm using is better suited for emission nebulae, where you're kind of picking out the hydrogen alpha gases that are being excited by the radiation emitted from the stars in that area. And with shooting galaxies, it's, you know, it's mainly built, it's more built up with stars, and you're going to want to use a broadband filter to pick up as much of the visible spectrum as possible. So what the filter I'm using is very, very narrow points on the visible spectrum that I'm picking out there, and it works out well for picking the nebulae in the other galaxies, so you can kind of see those, which will be a little more red in the shot when the image kind of comes out there. So if you're doing a long exposure for a galaxy, you might do your broadband image that's covering, you know, the red, green, blue, or the Roy G. Biv, essentially the visible spectrum, and only cutting out like the street lights. And with this one, I'm cutting out more than just street lights with this filter. But you would use this kind of image to overlay on top of your finished image, just to kind of bring out some more details. So yeah, shooting galaxies with this filter is all right, but shooting it with a broadband filter is much better. So even if you have a look on my Instagram channel, my Instagram page, sorry, I do have some comparison shots of this galaxy that we're going to shoot right now, shot with this filter and shot with a just a light pollution filter, a city light suppression filter. And that'll kind of, you can see the difference in how the image comes out there. But yeah, with I'm trying to integrate a little more space as well into the channel. The sound that popped up when you followed was from the I think it was one of the Voyager 2 sounds off of NASA that they've processed out of the signals coming back from space. So just kind of those little tidbits here and there that I want to throw in there to, again, just to kind of make things my own. But while we are waiting on that image to go, that's going to be another 7 minutes or so there. The audio cue is awesome. Yeah, I try to do what I can on here. It's a work in progress. I've been doing this for maybe, I've been kind of doing the live streams for just over a month, I guess now. So definitely still trying to find my my way, find my feet on here. Just still learning all of the bits that you have to go with you know, using live streaming software, and always just doing what I can to improve my stream day by day. And that's kind of one of the latest things I've added in there. Just just getting rid of any default sounds, and even the notification. I'm gonna work on getting my own done up there. So we will have a look in Stellarium, which is this up above me here. It's a free software that basically lets you look at the night sky and gets you and it works out really well for picking out objects in the area, so you can better plan your night. So like I said, we are in the constellation of Andromeda, and we are looking at the Triangulum galaxy, which is this area right here. And it is surrounded by a whole bunch of other nebulae and other objects that are high in hydrogen beta, hydrogen alpha. So you're able to kind of pick those out a little better there. And this is roughly about the size that we're kind of expecting to see things in. This red box is the focal length of my telescope at 979 millimeters, and it's also the square size sensor of my camera. So when I'm doing that, I am able to plan out what I want to shoot in the evening, what's going to be better for this telescope. And because the telescope is a 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien design, which is the exact same configuration as the Hubble telescope, but on a much smaller scale, obviously. And it's just two mirrors, and it is better designed for deep field images, so you can kind of get those smaller galaxies, or the galaxies that will look a lot smaller in a wide field image, or even if you're taking a picture with your DSLR on a tripod at a much, you know, maybe like 25 millimeters or something like that, if you're trying to get just like a large shot of the Milky Way. Whereas this one, it's going to tell me what I can expect to see in the image frame, and you know, will it fit? So I can also adjust the orientation of the camera just to get a better idea of what we're going to be shooting there. So I do use two telescopes, and this one here, my 8-inch telescope, and there is also my Skywatcher 72 ED, which is a 72 millimeter aperture, which offers a much wider field of view, so you're able to get more kind of context of where things are in the night sky, and you're just better able to see those objects. So even let's jump back to Andromeda quickly for a moment. And if I was using the smaller telescope, I'd be able to get much more of I'd basically be able to fit the entire galaxy in one frame. Whereas what we shot earlier was, a much more focused image. So we were just on the core of the galaxy there. So you're missing out everything outside of that red box. You're missing out on those areas. So you want to shoot like a mosaic image of that, just to get all those images together in there. But that is Stellarium, and I use it very often as my guide for the night to come. And there are some objects I've noticed in here that aren't actually well represented for what you're seeing out in the photography, because it's, you know, it's still a free program, And that's what gave me problems last night. Not going to go to that bear. Yeah, there's some galaxies that I've noticed in here that aren't well represented, but I also think that you can put your own images in there so you can reference those in the future. Now we are just under a minute and a half away. The full moon is starting to go behind the tree there, and eventually it'll kind of go behind the house, and that's not going to really impact the sky for us for much longer, which is a welcome sight, because it just, while shooting narrowband with a full moon, you can still do that, but there is still going to be a bit of glare that's going to come through, and that's not exactly what we want. So I think it's yeah, it is possible. However, it's not always ideal, and really, if you are shooting, if you don't have any access to narrowband filters, you're almost kind of out of luck for doing some long exposures, because there's just a good chance everything's going to get washed out with the bright full moon there, which is pretty much just as bad as having heavy light pollution in your area. So again, like the farther away you can get from a city, the clearer the night sky is going to be, and that is measured in a Bortle scale, where 1 being your darkest sky and 9 basically being in the center of, let's say, like New York and in Times Square. So while it is possible with very, very narrowband filters to shoot in Times Square, there has been people who have done that. That's Dustin Gibson from OPT Telescopes, the Oceanside Photo and Telescopes. And yeah, they built a filter which was specifically designed to really combat as much light pollution as possible. And from what I've seen the results, those filters are definitely worth the money. However, a little too much money on my budget at the moment. But also, for the amount of clear skies that I don't have in the UK, it's a little difficult to kind of justify spending that much money on a filter. While the results would be amazing, I think it's just not going to be practical for the unpredictable weather that can come out here. So we have our image is done on the ASI Air. So let's jump over to, and we'll do a little stretch there. Now that is a 10-minute image of the Triangulum Galaxy, our next nearest neighbor, at, what's the distance of that one there? The Triangulum Galaxy is, I don't believe it's that much. So it is about 750,000 light years from Andromeda, and about the same distance at 2.4 million light years from us. So they are separated. The two galaxies are separated by about 750 million light years, or 750,000 light years. So those two are much closer together than they are to us. But all three of us are gravitationally bound, and eventually we'll join up, and it'll be a giant star party. Now, like you can kind of see in the image, is these red, my pointer's not on there, but these red patches. I'll zoom in on those there. Like these areas of red and kind of pink, those nebulae are what you want to really pick out with this filter. And with a broadband filter, you'd see a lot more stars around the center, around the core, and these spiral arms. But a lot of that light is not being absorbed through the filter, so you're not seeing as much of those areas of nebulosity that you would otherwise. So let me boost this up a bit there. And it's just doing a basic histogram stretch on here. There's not any processing done on this, but you're just kind of able to see a little more of the structure of the galaxy. But again, it is a tiny bit washed out because of that full moon. But you can just see a lot of those patches, those little nebulous patches all around there. So any little fuzzy reddish pink hue that you're seeing, those are other nebulae in that within that galaxy. Whereas, you know, we have our Andromeda, sorry, not Andromeda, the Orion Nebula, and the Horsehead Nebula, and yeah, anything else of those like patches of gas, those star-forming regions, that is Triangulum's own star-forming regions that we're seeing in this shot here. And really this is all possible because of the type of camera that I'm using, which can cool the sensor to sub-zero temperatures. Whereas with a regular DSLR, you're getting up to almost 30 degrees on a sensor, on the heat that's being created by leaving that sensor, leaving the sensor kind of open and absorbing photons for as long as you would for a normal astro photo. So yeah, being able to cool the sensor keeps that noise level down, so you really are dealing more with the actual signal itself, and you're not having to filter out so much of that thermal noise that comes through there. And I had said before I was going to see about maybe cooling the camera down a little more, just to kind of see how things go, because this isn't like a regular session of constant imaging on the same object the whole night, which is what you would do for a normal astro image. And because you just want to build up that signal and be able to average out all that noise, just all that graininess that you see in the image, it's still very much mitigated by this camera's sensitivity and just the way how it cools things down, that you are left with even being able to look this close at the core of the galaxy and still being able to pick out details out of there is just a really good example of how this camera can deal with all that thermal noise that can come through. So yeah, there still is those red-green blotches. However, this is also a stretched image. Now if I was to go back to the auto stretch, you can just see kind of overall there's still that more smoother, even gradient across the whole image there. And again, with taking more images and stacking those on top of each other is how you can get those types of images that you'll see in magazines or online, even just kind of stuff that I've posted as well through my social media channels. Is I've taken hours worth of photos and stacked them on top of each other. And during my rainy day astronomy sessions, I do go through the whole process, and we kind of do different images and just kind of seeing what kind of comes out of it, because I do a bit of a quicker process on those sessions, and maybe just taking about an hour to work on the image. And usually, depending on what I'm shooting, I might take a lot more time to work out the finer details of the image. And yeah, it could take a few hours, and even I've taken in a way kind of a few days to work on an image, because there are times I just got to step back and just kind of let what I've done absorb and maybe think of a different way of processing the image a bit there to bring out those details. But yeah, when you take more images and you stack them up on top of each other, it does get rid of a lot of that noise, that graininess that comes out of the image there. But that is the Triangulum Galaxy, our next nearest neighbor, a little smaller galaxy compared to Andromeda, which is roughly about the same size as the Milky Way that it's been discovered to be. We thought it was a much larger structure than us, and obviously through measurements that have been done over the years, we are able to figure out that its actual size is a little smaller than originally anticipated. So I will save that image down, and eventually I will kind of get all these images posted online, so we can just kind of have a bit of a record of looking back at what we've imaged in the past, and even kind of comparing just how images kind of almost differ a little bit over certain nights. Because if I was shooting this one in a new moon, when there'd be no impact of the night sky from the moon, which just kind of creates that wash across the sky, there's just a little more detail that's going to kind of come out of there. Versus now, when I'm at an 88% moon, it's kind of washing over the sky, causing a bit of issues. But then that's for what we're doing for this session. It's not the worst thing to kind of go on there. So we will pick another target. We're actually kind of coming up to, we're looking pretty much straight up with the telescope now. We're looking right up at the zenith. Actually, sorry, if I was shooting Andromeda, we'd be almost looking straight up there. So we're still looking down to the east. Let's see what is in the area that we can kind of stay in this section of the night sky. So we'll have a look in Stellarium. Now I do have, this is an image of my back garden, so I do have a fairly good idea of the position of where the telescope is. So I got a more visual cue of what we're able to see. And basically to the west is trees in our back garden, so unable to see anything in that area there. And it's almost a perfect setup. I think I do need to adjust my elevation, because at this point the moon is almost behind the houses here, so just a little more tweaking that has to be done. But this is a fairly accurate representation of what we are expecting to be able to see there. So there are, in this area, there's more galaxies to look at there. But I think I'm going to, last night I had a bit of a, for some reason with the ASI Air, it wasn't cooperating with going to certain targets. And I think I'm going to try and test it again and see how that works out, if this target is available. And it looks like we are. I'm going to give it another go, because it's a target that I haven't actually imaged before. I've caught it in some wide field images. However, I haven't made it my focus before. So we'll have a look at that. For those of you who have just joined us, thank you very much for coming in on the stream there. We are taking live images of astrophotography, live images of space with some astrophotography. And the Me Boit, thank you very much for the follow there. Putsy, thank you. Thank you very much for the 7 raiders. I appreciate that very much. Thank you guys very much for popping in there. Lunaria Del Rey, thanks for the games in Phasmo, and thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you, Putsy. I appreciate that very much. So we are just about to start a new image, picking a new target. But for those of you who have just popped in, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to bring you the night sky. And I am taking pictures of space with my 8-inch telescope and my dedicated astronomy camera, and we are taking live images, and they're about 10-minute exposures, but just to kind of get the most detail out of there. And let's just have I'll jump back to what we were just looking at there, and that was the Triangulum Galaxy, one of our nearest galactic neighbors. And that is about 2.4 million light years away. But this was a 10-minute exposure, and we're looking at a couple of galaxies tonight, and we're just gonna pop over to another nebula. So it is, yeah, some cool targets there. Let me catch up with the chat here, because this all kind of popped in there. So, letting your telescope freeze its balls on the terrace while you sit in front of your monitor, that's awesome. Yes, it is awesome. Because there have been nights when I have sat out there with my telescope and froze my balls off. And I'm controlling this all with the ASI Air. It's a Raspberry Pi controlled computer. And this is our telescope setup that we're using. And I'm just kind of combating with a near full moon. So we're just waiting for that to go behind the houses. And that little bright dot just above the telescope, that is Mars that we're seeing over there. And we were looking at that at the beginning of the stream. And yeah, having some live looks at Mars. And now we're on to galaxies and moving on to nebula shortly. Captain Planet, yes. Where'd you get that one? I want a Captain Planet emoji. Yeah, clear skies tonight. We got for right up until sunrise we have clear skies. So in Canada, I myself am Canadian and British as well, and I am in the UK right now. So I am kind of just playing off my Canadian nationality as my persona for my online presence. And yeah, we're in the east of England right now. So Luna, this is one of the coolest things I've seen on Twitch in a long time. Well, yeah, thank you to kind of appreciate the compliment there. I'm just trying to bring something a little different, and this is my main focus for what I do. What I want to do to be able to bring just space a little closer to everybody's eyes there. The odd time I'll play some video games, but this is the core of what I do here. And yeah, so yeah, that's Mars, that little orange dot just above the telescope there, and it's larger in the sky and brighter right now because our orbits are much closer than they usually are. So that is definitely a good sight to see. If you have a pair of binoculars, you can even kind of pick it out in the sky a lot easier than you usually would there. A girl named Kay Pike, another Canadian. Yeah. Oh, cool. Putsy's new emojis there. The emotes. Mojo Jojo, thank you very much for stopping in there. You know, yeah, in Singapore, when I look up in the sky, barely any stars are visible. Yeah, we did take a trip to Kuala Lumpur about a year and a half ago now, and I did bring some of my equipment with me in hopes of being able to see some of the southern constellations that I'm not able to see up at in this area. But unfortunately, I was clouded out basically the whole time, so it was just one of those things where I was prepared, but I didn't see anything on there. But yeah, it's one of those areas where you can, you are closer to the equator, so doing something like this is when you're doing polar alignment to make sure that you're aligned properly. I think at the equator it's a little more difficult, but there's always ways around that there. So how do you manage to sleep in the day with astronaut? I don't sleep a lot when this kind of comes up because I do have a full-time job, and I don't always have a fair stretch of clear nights, so I do take it when I can get it, and I'll just kind of deal with that and maybe take a nap a little later after work just to kind of recharge. But I've always enjoyed staying up and looking up at the stars, and recently, about 4.5 years ago, is when I started getting into astrophotography, and this is what I wanted to be able to do, is bring you guys more images of the night sky, and yeah, just kind of expose you to more space, because there's a lot out there. Because if you're in a city and you're dealing with a lot of city lights, it's kind of difficult to be able to see anything beyond a few of the brighter stars that are out there. And to me, where I used to live was a very light polluted area, and I thought that the Orion constellation was just it was just 5 stars, but when it's made up of many more stars in the whole constellation. And yeah, light pollution, it's tough, because the light pollution is getting worse, and there are people who are advocates against that are against that, for cities calming down on those kinds of things. And yeah, it's just in a way, our night skies are being taken away from us, and that's just kind of unfortunate, and that we're dealing with that there. And we're at 15, holy potatoes, 15 people in here. If any of you 15 are just kind of stopping in, we are taking some live shots of the night sky, so stick around, and we are just going to pick a new target to image, and hopefully this works out there, and that will be known as IC 1333, the Embryo Nebula. And let's see if that works out there. So actually, I'm going to do a quick plate solve that imaging. So when I do a plate solve on this, it just lets the telescope know exactly where it's pointing, so that when I do move the scope, it is going to look in the right direction there. No, that's going in the wrong direction. Now this is one of those things where, yes, if you're out there with your own hand controller, you can organize where you're at, and then also there are some little gremlins that pop up with devices such as the ASI Air, where the scope almost gets it can get confused of where it's at. So I'm just going to put that in the home position, and we're going to go to Let's go to a better target, something that's going to be nicer to look at in the sky. And we're going to go to, let's go to the, I'm going to go back to the Fish Head Nebula because that was a nice one to look at last night. And that is in Cassiopeia, and that's NGC 896. There we go. Sorry, let me just want to make sure that the telescope is always moving in the right direction, because there have been times when it just hasn't cooperated and it wants to kind of do its own thing there. So I can't wait to get my 10-inch Dob. I live next to the Alps, so I'm going to really enjoy myself. Just scared about transporting the actual telescope. Well, that's pretty darn cool. I think a Dob is a really good from experience, but from other people's experience. Starting out with a Dobsonian is a really good one, because those are essentially light buckets, and those things are catching as much light as possible, so you have a nice wide aperture and you can see a lot of the fainter targets with those kind of telescopes. And I almost kind of started off with the Dob myself, but then it was almost a toss-up between that and the and just a go-to, an Altaz Celestron go-to telescope. So I stuck with the go-to because my house in the UK isn't quite suited for storing a Dob, so I kind of went with as much of a compact option as I could there. Now let's go back to stop the guiding, and we'll start that again there, because when you are guiding, you want to be on a fairly bright star, so that the scope is able to make any tiny little corrections. And I think what I can kind of do is even start to pull out a little preliminary image out of here with just 30 seconds, because this is a nice bright nebula in Cassiopeia. This is part of the Heart Nebula, and paired up with the Soul Nebula is these are two large patches in the night sky that are more readily visible by if you're shooting a wide field image. And another thing I'm trying to keep I usually do 10-minute exposures on these, and it kind of changes up because the winds are still a little high right now. So if you're going to get a lot of movement in the scope there, but even on a 30-second image with this the type of camera that I'm using, it's much more sensitive than your regular DSLR, and it also cools to sub-zero temperatures, so you're able to get some better images out of there. And even with just a short 30-second exposure, you can already see some of that nebula coming through there. So that's just part of the my apologies, I'm on the wrong camera there. So just up there on the ASI Air is the just a quick 30-second exposure of the Fish Head Nebula, and we'll bring that up a little larger there for you. So I will start to run I'm going to go with a 5-minute exposure, just to for those of you who've just kind of come in there, and maybe save you just a tiny bit of time. And we'll get that rolling on there. And so the camera that I'm using is a ZWO ASI 533, and has a square sensor, so it's not like your typical kind of wide field or widescreen looking sensor that's in most cameras right now, like a 4/3 or even like a full size sensor. So it is a little smaller. It is about 3,000 pixels squared, and it was a different kind of camera that I was looking at because I didn't know what kind of astronomy camera I was going to get, and ultimately I'm very happy with this purchase because it's just been a very easy to use despite the kind of the different challenges that are coming from moving from a DSLR to an astronomy dedicated camera, because on these cameras there's no viewfinder, there's no real lens. Essentially your telescope that you're attaching it to is your lens, and so it has to be connected to a computer to be able to get to control it, to get your images. So this is connected to ZWO's Raspberry Pi computer that is, excuse me, that is usually controlled with a mobile phone or a tablet, but I am using a Android emulator called BlueStacks, and I'm able to run the program through there. So what about the Hubble telescope? That's like on another level. Well, it's the style of telescope I'm using is the exact same configuration as the Hubble telescope, but there's much more instrumentation attached to that one. They obviously don't have to deal with any of the atmosphere that we have to deal with, but it's the same principle where the light is coming through the front, and there's a big primary mirror on the back which reflects back up to the front of the telescope, and that's your secondary mirror that's held in by 4 prongs, which is where you see these little spikes on the images kind of come from. And those are called diffraction spikes that are created by that secondary mirror held in place. And from that secondary mirror, it goes right into the camera. So there's only 2 elements between your image and the night sky. So you're better. The less elements that you have to deal with to capture an image, the better. Because if you're using a camera lens, those lenses are going to have maybe 13 or more elements of glass in there, and you're always going to maybe catch some reflection, and you're just going to lose a little bit of images, or the images quality is going to degrade just a tiny little bit. Think about if you're looking through like a window, you can see kind of double reflections. So multiply that by 13, 17 elements, and you just have that chance of seeing more reflective elements in your image. Whereas with the telescopes, they want to use as little material between your sensor and the sky. So you're just gonna have a more efficient kind of light gathering device. And yeah, there's pluses and minuses with each of the types of telescopes that you can use. Traditionally, there are about 3 main types, and there's a refractor, which deals with using just glass elements, and basically the light is coming straight through the front into the back, and the light is being bent into a single point. There is this kind of telescope, a reflector style, that you're using 2 different mirrors to reflect that off of, but it also requires a lot more precise adjustments. So it's the first kind of reflector telescope that I've had, so I'm dealing with it's a new learning curve for me as well. And then there is the catadioptric telescope, which is kind of a combination between a reflector and a refractor, and those ones need a little less maintenance because everything is kind of held in place with either glass elements or that's the main thing, is that you have like a glass element at the front that's holding your secondary mirror, so that's not moving at all. And something like that, like a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, is a good starter scope because there's very little maintenance that needs to be done with that. And it looks like, so this is very interesting. I never knew how much that goes into astrophotography. Yeah, it's when I started doing this, I didn't know exactly what I was doing really. I was just kind of taking some shots of the night sky and thinking, all right, that's an astrophoto. I'm a pro at this, and I was far from it, and still am. There's always tons to learn about that. So this is, let me stretch that image out there, fix that up a bit. There we go. That is the Fishhead Nebula as part of the Heart Nebula in Cassiopeia. You can see that kind of line on the right there. It looks like an airplane had gone through there. And this is part of a larger nebula complex. But this the Fishhead Nebula is, well, you kind of turn your head to the side there and you can see the gills and the eyeball and like the fishy mouth part there. So yeah, so every single point of light that we're looking at there is a star, much like our sun. It may be on a different sequence, so it could be a red giant or it could be approaching a white dwarf. It just kind of depends on where it is on the Hertzsprung-Russell scale. And our star is a main sequence star, which means it is a very long life star, and it's very stable as well. So, which kind of works out very well for us. Whereas other stars are much larger or much more unstable, and they're burning through their fuel supplies much quicker than others, or some are even slower, but they're much dimmer and much cooler. So it kind of depends on where these stars, if the adage of some stars that explode they live fast and die young, and they last maybe only millions of years, rather than our star, our sun, lasting billions of years. Yeah, so that star, the bottom left one there, let's see if I can pull up a little bit of information on that so we get... So that star is releasing about 2 times the sun's luminosity, so it's twice as bright as our sun. And that star itself that we're looking at, that bright one in the lower left corner, is 183 light years away. So still within our galaxy. And so if you're traveling at the speed of light, it would take you 183 years to get there. And let's see if I have is there more information on its mass. I don't have that on there. I have some kind of limited. So this is genuinely blowing my mind. I gotta tell you, there are many times when I'm looking up in the night sky and just the objects that I'm imaging, and just it blows my mind as well. Like I have several existential crises looking up at the sky sometimes, just knowing how far away some of this stuff is, and really not being able to, in terms of human lifetimes, it's, you could never reach these areas. So also, what we're seeing right now is, that star, its light started 183 years ago. So, we're seeing that star as it was 183 years before. So in a way, that star could have blown up already, but we're not going to see it happen for another 183 years. Now, I don't think that star is actually going to blow up as explode as a supernova, because usually it's stars that are about four times or 40 solar masses. So if they're much larger than the sun, then they're more likely to go supernova. Whereas our sun will eventually become a planetary nebula, much like, let's see if I can actually pull up an image from last night. where it kind of almost gently sheds its outer layers. Right, this is an image from last night, and that is the Crystal Ball Nebula, and that is a planetary nebula where this star has begun to shed its outer layers. So all this matter that is just kind of, it hasn't gone supernova, it hasn't exploded, but it is, like I said, it's exhausting its fuel supply, and it's just shedding those outer layers of hydrogen and helium and other elements that will eventually kind of expand out into the universe and start to form new stars. So I played Universe Sandbox and saw how a supernova kind of looks like. Yeah, it's an incredible looking event, and we have records of these all over the place. And like one of the more famous supernovas that was actually recorded in history in 1054 AD is the Crab Nebula. Now I'm kind of going against what I want to do here of sharing the live images, but these are images from last night, so just to kind of give you a taste of what I try to do there. This is the Crab Nebula, and it's a supernova remnant which occurred in 1054 AD, recorded by Chinese astronomers. And just in the very center is that is the pulsar, right dead center in the middle of this complex. And that's what it exploded, and it was kind of known as a guest star. It was recorded as, because all of a sudden in the night sky there was this brighter star where there really hadn't been one before. So this is all the matter kind of being ejected out and will eventually kind of be reabsorbed into the universe, and like I said, form new stars. And that's basically how you kind of build a planet, because all these heavier elements that are created when a star explodes are what makes everything else up, because basically hydrogen and helium are the two kind of main components of the universe, and everything else occurs from the nuclear reactions within these stars when they go supernova. So yeah, to say we are all made of star stuff is, well, the most accurate thing you can say there. So we are all just a small piece of a bigger picture. We are an incredibly small piece, and being able to, we are this generation, this is like a golden age of astronomy where we are fully aware of what we're surrounded by and what can be out there. We're constantly, people are discovering new things, and it's just incredible of what the progression is. Like even, over 100 years ago, people didn't know exactly what the Andromeda galaxy was. It was the Andromeda Nebula. So technology has just come along so just so far. Are black holes visible to your telescope? No. There are some areas where people have kind of caught what are actually the black hole image that had been released last year was in a galaxy that we can see, and some people have imaged what is the relativistic jet of that's being expelled from the black hole. So all this matter that's being ejected from the poles of the black hole has been imaged by amateur astronomers and professional astronomers. And for that one, I guess I could probably give that one a fair shake once it's I believe that's M87, the galaxy. Once that's kind of visible to me, because I now have kind of a little bit of the resolving power to give that a shot and see how that looks. Yeah, but there's also a Cygnus X1, which is a black hole with a binary star that some people have imaged, obviously not the black hole itself, but just kind of the interactions in the area to kind of help confirm what's there. So that was the Crab Nebula, which is available later in the evening in the sky there. But yeah, that was a last night image. So we jump back to our image of the Fishhead Nebula. So it's definitely mind-blowing, which makes me think about space and the theory of an alternative dimension, along with other theories like string theory or M theory. Yeah, there's, I guess, in a way, I think that the Big Bang Theory did kind of help bring this into pop culture. A lot of the like the world of physics, and it really, in a way, it did help me. It did make me want to, research further into what they were talking about to see even just how valid their comments were on the show. And I do know they said they tried pretty hard to stay true to the science, but there is obviously stuff you got to do for television. But yeah, it definitely kind of opened people's eyes to the world of physics and astrophysics, and yeah, it just kind of helped us think a little more, I guess, a little more deeply about what what we're about here. And yeah, there's I don't know, I don't really have a stance on like the multiverse theory. However, we thought that we were the only galaxy, whether we were the only star, or we had the only star, we were the center of the universe. So things are always going to be evolving, and we just never know where the information is going to take us. So yeah, always new things are going to be discovered, and as long as there's going to be that drive to want to push information farther, we're going to discover new things about us that we didn't know before. Now, last night I did image the central area of the Heart Nebula, but I'm going to move over just to its companion, the Soul Nebula, which is go into Stellarium, just to kind of give you guys an idea of where we are in the sky. So we are, like I said, in the constellation of Cassiopeia. So this was the Heart Nebula that we were on, and just at the Fishhead area. And I'm going to jump over to another spot in the Soul Nebula, and we'll take a peek at that there, because that is another kind of bright star forming region as well that is really nice to image. That kind of comes out really well on there, so make sure that image is saved so we have that on record. And I do, somewhere in my collection of images, I do have a wide field image of the Heart Nebula, and I still have yet to process that one. I think I have that on tap for one of our rainy day astronomy sessions, so I will be processing that. I do have the like the central part of labeled as Malot 15, part of is the central heart of the Heart Nebula, and that's been processed on my Instagram page, and that is another image I do want to revisit because there is much more details that can be pulled out of there. So let me go over to that there. That is IC 1871. So with the ASI Air, it has a whole catalog, a bunch of new catalogs that have been added recently, but a whole bunch of different catalogs for objects in the night sky that you can search. And for the most part, it does kind of help if you you know the name or the numbers of them. And it doesn't seem to have an option yet of searching for objects by their popular name. And just make sure we're on the right thing. I see, aha, seems, let's edit that there. I don't want to be going to the wrong spot. I see 1848. There we go. We'll see where that takes us there. Now the again, another one of the little bits of tech that I do enjoy is having this security camera out there, so I'm able to switch on the night vision. It's getting easier to see there. Is able to watch the scope and make sure that everything is moving exactly where it should. And it's not, it's a very quick jump from the heart to the soul over here. And actually the first night I had this security cam set up, the mount did malfunction and it started spinning way beyond the levels of where I wanted it to. So that was, I was able to stop the scope in time and avoid any catastrophe that might have happened with the scope there. So I just want to, there we go, make sure we're at a good spot, because it is, again, as you can see with the in Stellarium, that that red box, which is our camera, is, it's not going to cover the entire complex there. So looking at those stars, and I think it looks like we're probably about that region, maybe. We'll see. I think there really isn't any bad spot on this nebula, so I'm going to get that exposure going. And yeah, I think while it can be a little dim, we're going to go for our, actually make sure everything's guiding right there. It's not an ideal star to be on, but I've already started taking the image, so we'll stick with it. And the guiding isn't too bad there, so I'm not too fussed on that there. But this is also another star forming region, or a stellar nursery, so we'll be able to kind of get some more detail out of there. You're going to see a lot more of the of that nebulous area around the stars. I don't know whether it's I'm tired as and hallucinating, but the Heart Nebula looks a little bit like a clown. It they depending almost on the orientation that you're looking at things, people see just different, different objects. I do think that at a certain angle, the Heart Nebula can resemble something a little phallic, but I don't think we really mention that one. But yeah, there's always something, even depending on the amount of exposure time that some people do on a treatment of an image, and it's like it almost becomes unrecognizable because we're almost so used to seeing these images that are either a certain color palette, or with amateur photographers, we don't always get a lot of time on these targets. So maybe at most you're going to see something that's, you know, a 10-hour exposure or a 4-hour exposure. But when somebody takes the time and does something that is something that's 40 plus hours, all of a sudden you're pulling these details out of this area of the sky that are largely unseen. And it's incredible the dedication that a lot of people have on these images. And I think for me, the longest collective image that I've shot is about 24 hours. And that was the Whirlpool Galaxy back in March and April, when we had weeks of clear skies. And I at one point I just didn't know what to do anymore. I've never had this kind of that kind of a stretch of clear skies. And it's not that I was getting exhausted of doing astrophotography. I loved it. However, it was just one of those nights like, what am I going to shoot next? Do I keep on going with this one image? You know, am I just looking at this single image of the night sky? And yeah, it was a new kind of territory for me. And I think if I knew almost ahead of time that we were going to have such a long stretch of clear skies, I would have tried out doing maybe a mosaic with my smaller telescope to get a larger area of the sky, but with just as much detail as I would with other with another telescope. So yeah, it's astrophotography is a very dynamic kind of lifestyle almost, because you know you're consciously giving up your nights. And I think that for the most part it's been an amazing kind of process that I've done. And just being able to meet certain people, you know, just meet different people virtually or in person, more virtually as of late, but it's especially having a platform like Twitch to be able to share this with you guys instantly, where you know, I know Putsy being in Singapore, it's, you know, you're on the other side of the world essentially from me, so you know you don't always get to see these kinds of things. Whereas there are people in Australia that I would really love to be able to see more of the southern constellations, because we don't have access to any of those in the northern hemisphere. Between us and the southern hemisphere, Orion is widely shared back and forth. And you know, I've asked some people in Australia, what would you want to see, like what kind of northern constellations, and a lot of them just say the North Star, Polaris, just being able to see that. And it's also one of those things you almost never really think about, because you know this is the night sky that I see all the time. So I know there are some areas in the southern hemisphere that we definitely can't see here, and I guess having those on my wish list, you can become almost, I guess, not ignorant towards your night sky, but just being able to just pause and think about what, you know, there's so much more that we can't see, and just being able to share this with people on the other side of the world is fulfilling. It's what I want to do with this whole project. So, oh, the star was lost. Why was that lost? It's because it's a tiny, dim star. Yeah, it's because the first time when I looked through a telescope, I instantly wanted to put my camera up to the viewfinder and take a picture. And I do have, it's one of my earlier pictures on Instagram of the moon, and that was just holding my mobile phone up to the eyepiece and taking a snap, and then just editing that image a little bit to kind of take down the brightness and bring out some details. And that was one of those things I'm looking at it and I almost feel selfish. I want to be able to share this with as many people as possible. That's a spectacular thing to share. Super unique. Putsy approved. Putsy approves. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that, man. And again, I still appreciate you bringing some more people into the channel and exposing them to the night sky. And I thank you very much for doing that. And I mean, you didn't have to, but I appreciate that very much, man. We are just about, we got another 2-3 minutes to go on this image. And yeah, so I am losing the star, and that was I really should have double checked the guide star there, and the image may come out a little wonky, but we'll see how that kind of comes out. It's not going to be particularly wobbly. I think it's just because it's a fairly dim star, and we're still dealing with a bit of that gradient coming from the full moon, so it's still impacting the sky. But I'm still remaining under 1 degree for that total error. That's a big jump. Spoke too soon, but this is yeah, just some of the trials that kind of come with doing this type of photography. And if I had a scope that was a little more efficient with collecting light, you could do shorter exposures. And while this one has actually been reduced to about f4 at the focal ratio, I still want to be able to get as much light coming through and just getting enough of that signal to counteract any noise that would build up there. I was thinking about dropping the temperature on the camera a little bit as well, just to try and get a better idea of where we're at, because the cooler is only running at 29%, and that's not too bad. So I also don't want to start cooling it way too far and then start to build up frost on the sensor, because then that would be it for the night. So I will do that experiment on my own time. I don't want to be cutting this evening short at all, because we're only at quarter to 11 right now. And last night I think I went to about 1 in the morning, which kind of leads me up to a bit of Orion being visible once that comes up above the roof. So I do want to maybe get a couple of objects from that area, and I think we're going to look at maybe go for the Monkey Head Nebula, see how that looks. It looks like it's a little larger than the sensor, so we may have to get the whole view of that there. But we are 15 seconds away from our image of the Soul Nebula, and whether or not, oh, that didn't work. Well, we'll just see how that turns out. Right, at first glance, the stars look pretty good. Stars look nice and round, so I think that guiding wasn't as impacted as I thought it was going to be. And actually, I'm just going to quickly come in on this side. You see how there's those spikes coming out, and those are the diffraction spikes, and that's just created by that secondary mirror being held in place by those 4 bars, so that there's no other glass in front of it, so the light is coming through unimpeded right to the back of the primary mirror, and that secondary mirror is sitting right in the middle, held in place. I think what I can do a little later is I'll maybe see if I can point the telescope at the security camera so you can kind of get an idea of what's down the barrel of that scope there. So this is something I find interesting to learn and share about. Always been very intrigued with space after watching Interstellar. I think Interstellar kind of almost renewed my interest in astrophysics. Or so it didn't renew it, it just added another element to it up until a certain point in the movie. After that, it's all speculative. And I may have rolled my eyes a few times. However, overall they did a fantastic job on that movie, and whenever it is available in my area on Prime, I'm watching that. I'll watch it 3 times over, just to even have it on the background. I like that movie a lot, and especially the physics involved with them creating that simulation of a black hole. And that I do have a book that was written by Kip Thorne, the astrophysicist who was consulted on the movie there, which I thought was really good and just incredibly interesting, of how much real science was put into that, and just how much like there were papers written about it afterwards, like not even related to the movie, of what they had discovered. So it's very interesting what kind of comes about from when they really get into the nitty-gritty details of science. So this is part of the Heart Nebula that we have. Sorry, not the Heart Nebula. Sorry, the Soul Nebula, the companion to the Heart. And I think that should come out fairly well. Let's bump up. I'm gonna have to be a little aggressive on this to kind of get some detail popping out of there. It does seem to be a little more of a fainter area. Let's bring that in a bit. But yeah, you can start to see that surrounding area is the hydrogen gas kind of being excited by the radiation of the stars around there. And this is another one of those targets that would definitely do well with much more integration. However, what I really do like is seeing those, the blue stars and the kind of orange and red stars, and that's just, you see the blue and the white stars; those are much hotter, much younger stars, and the red ones are more red giants, and they're cooler than, say, our sun. So, and it's just also the way how the camera adjusts the white balance for this, so that you are getting kind of a correct look to your stars and the nebula that you're looking at there. But that is a more zoomed in version of the Soul Nebula, a much larger kind of nebula complex that's wider than this sensor and telescope image there. See if I got a little bit of information on that. So the Soul Nebula is... So the distances to the Heart and Soul Nebula are well determined, mainly because they have star clusters at their centers, and these nebula are located in the Perseus arm of the galaxy, 75 and 6,500 light years away respectively. And yeah, so these large, they are neighboring nebulae, and that's the kind of, sometimes when you're looking at things in space, it isn't completely clear of just maybe how far apart these objects are in the, in comparison to things like, if you look at even constellations, like those stars are not anywhere, those stars aren't anywhere near each other. So unless you're and you would have to move light years in either direction to start seeing some movement there. But yeah, just this 2D image that we're presented with is a little different than what's actually out there. And thank you. Pardon me for mucking up your name there. Macamo Pedro. Oh, that is I apologize for butchering your name. I'm going to go with Pedro. Thank you very much for the follow. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. We are shooting some live images from outer space, and this is the Sol Nebula that we're looking at right now. And I'm going to pick a new target. I think I see where we are now. We're up at, like, I would guess the kind of northern section. So which would it be? We're about here. Sorry, we are, let's go into Stellarium. My name isn't Pedro in Portuguese. You want to change this username? Fair enough. So your name isn't Pedro. So addressing you as Pedro isn't really addressing you. Yeah, so we're up at this kind of what would be the kind of northern or the kind of eastern area of the Sol Nebula. So kind of near that red, that top where the red box is. That's where we're shooting there. Now, while we're in this area, I think we will jump down to I don't know if I want to try that Embryo Nebula again. As interesting as it is, it gave me a lot of problems last night. So let's see what is available in the eastern part of the sky. Something that's nice and bright. I think we will go over to we got 30. We're getting close to actually some of Orion being up there, so we start to be able to image some of those areas sooner. But let's go over to the Flaming Star Nebula. This is kind of imaging. We're on the core here. So I will, there you go, let's pick that there. Well, let's make sure we save these images, because I always like to keep those for reference. And the Flaming Star Nebula is, I should remember this because I spent a lot of time on this one, IC405. There we go. All right, that'll do its thing. That should be just above the roof line there. So, all right, I really should hop off to bed. It's already, it's about 7 in the morning. What the hell is wrong with me? I hope you have a great rest of the stream. I'm glad to have dropped in your stream. Take care. See you soon, man. Thank you very much, Putsy. I appreciate the raid. I appreciate you sticking around for so much longer after doing your own stream yourself there. So anybody in this stream who is not a follower of Putsy, give him a follow. He's got some really fun games that he plays, and he's got an amazingly interactive stream that's really fun to watch and really just fun to interact with him. And just Yeah, really cool guy who does some fun stuff on there. Always looking to experiment. So yeah, if you can, give Putsy a follow. And again, Putsy, thank you very much for dropping in. Appreciate that very much, man. Right, so we are on. It looks like we're definitely in that core of the Flaming Star Nebula. It's exactly where I want this to be, because that is the more reflective and kind of more active area of the nebula. Let's fix that auto stretch there, and let's go back to that. Now I would kind of stop off at the Pleiades. However, it is a reflection nebula, and it doesn't do too well with the filter that I have, and it really just kind of be like bright stars, and I wouldn't really see much of that gas and dust that's reflected. So we are going over to the Flaming Star Nebula, which is an emission nebula and part of a bit of reflection in there. Hey, Savvy. We are, like I said, we are on the Flaming Star Nebula tonight. Again, finally, we have 2 nights in a row with some clear skies, so very happy to have that go down. And I'm just making sure that I am in the right area of the Flaming Star Nebula to make sure that I am on that core. And I'm not too sure that we are. Or maybe we are. All right, I'm going to do a, yeah, that should be. Yes, that is right. That is exactly where I want to be. So I'm going to double check on the guiding, make sure we're on a bright enough star, because I don't need the guiding kind of cutting out. Let's stop that, refresh it, make sure I'm on a nice bright star, and that one is not what I want. Actually, that one should be, that's about the lower limit of what I would want to be guiding on. Let me check this one first. And that's about the upper limit. That's good. You know, I'm going to go with the upper limit. Not that I'm anticipating any clouds rolling in, but the nearly full moon is still kind of impacting a bit of the night sky with kind of a little bit of a wash of brightness over top of that there. So we are on the Flaming Star Nebula, and this is the kind of the central part of the nebula. The whole thing itself expands out much larger than the focal length that we're at right now. So as you can see in Stellarium, that little red box is the sensor size and the focal length that we're working at there. So this is the main part of the nebula that we are looking to shoot there. Spunky's King, what's up? Thank you for stopping in. How are you doing tonight? We are taking some live images of the night sky with right down there, that is the telescope setup that I'm using, and combined with an astronomy dedicated camera, we're taking 10-minute exposures of the night sky and bringing out details of objects that would otherwise be unavailable to a visual observer or even someone who may not be kind of in the area. So does the night need to be completely cloudless to take these pictures? I do prefer to have a overall cloudless night, because any clouds that might roll in and even pass through like the view of the guide scope, you lose that star for a little bit, and your guiding can go a little wonky depending on the stability of your mount. Generally, also when you have clearer skies, you're going to have a more stable atmosphere to shoot through. So you're going to end up with much clearer pictures, more details in your image are going to be able to come through there. So yeah, generally you do want as cloudless of a night as possible. There are times if people are doing wide field images with just their cameras, like their DSLRs on a tripod, taking like a very wide image of like the Milky Way, sometimes having clouds in there look really nice, and just that little bit, it adds a little bit of movement in your image, and that kind of comes up with the type of the composition. Otherwise, if you're shooting these images with some clouds rolling through, you almost get a bit of a glow that kind of comes in your images there. So you don't want to have that impacting your image, because you're basically going to want to throw those away in the end. And actually, one of the images I edited last on Saturday, I was impacted by clouds near the end of the night, and you can kind of see a bit of overall haziness in the image that I processed near the end, that if I had been a little more picky and just gotten rid of those frames altogether, then you'd be left with more of a crisp image. So this one, this nebula, the Flaming Star Nebula, is kind of a bit of a tough one to image, because that area can be fairly bright in the center, but a lot of the gas and dust around that's surrounding it is very faint and wispy. So it's difficult you need to be able to get as much integration time on this as possible. So with this one being this is in Stellarium that we're working with, the program that I kind of use to plan some of the nights that I'm imaging. So I'm picking out my target. It's yeah, this is more indicative of an image you've done that's many hours of exposure time. I did take an image of the Flaming Star Nebula, and this was last season, and yeah, I think it was about 18 hours I'd spent on it, and there's so many fine details that are in there that even with I was using a DSLR camera, which was difficult in its own right just because of the limitations that you have, wasn't able to get as long of an exposure time as possible. So I did as much as I could with that image, and I think it's even worth revisiting now after picking up some new techniques and just new ways to process an image that people have kind of come up with, that I could probably pull a little more detail out of. However, I went about as far as I could with that image. So it would just kind of be just trying my own thing on there for that image there. And that was like I said, I think I was I guess it would have been about this time last year when I'd gone after it. So I'll double check on that there. But our image is running on the ASI Air. And there is just under 5 minutes to go on that. So we're about halfway through. Guiding looks all right. It looked like we had a little bit of a wobble, and I think that was most likely from the wind. While I do have a clear sky, unfortunately, there is a bit of, I got about 17-mile-an-hour winds coming through with gusts at possibly 25 some odd miles an hour. So I think that it is, why is that buffering? Come on, just keep going, just blast through there. So I do want to make sure that yeah, some of the images just aren't going to be able to be as clear. Sorry about that. It looked like a bit of an issue at the moment there. I'm still trying to figure out the the finer details of OBS, because despite what I thought was a lower setting on my videos, it's still saying encoding overloaded, and I don't know why. CPU is running at 25%. Maybe I don't know. Am I pushing it too far with a lot of these things? But we'll see. Again, all those little things of always trying to improve with each stream. You know, I've only been kind of doing this regularly for about a month now, so there's still lots to learn. And yeah, but the whole purpose of this is to share these images with you guys. I think it's just really important that you're able to, you know, to look up and get a better understanding of what you're seeing when you're looking up, because it's you know, it's one thing just to, you know, to recognize that, you know, here's the Orion constellation, there's Orion's belt, and that fuzzy patch just below Orion's belt is the Orion Nebula, and it's one of the brightest nebulas that you can see with the naked eye, and it's only about 1,300 light years away from us. So that stellar nursery is so bright and active that we're able to see it with the naked eye. And a good way to kind of see that is what's called using averted vision. So you're not quite looking directly at it, so you're looking just off to the side, and that's just the way how the rods and cones react to light and colors in your eye. That looking at something just off to the side, it just becomes a little more brighter to see, and it's a little weird, but it's a trick that works, and you're just able to kind of see that nebula a little brighter if you're just looking off just ever so slightly off to the west. That's using your averted vision, and that's a technique used by visual astronomers very often. So when you can't use averted vision, we use cameras to bring out any detail, because our eyes cannot process an image like this just by looking at it, because the way how our eyes kind of refresh is at about 40-50 frames per second. It's not as much as the camera can do. You know, we're limited by our biology to be able to see these objects in the sky. But in 20 seconds, we will be able to see a part of the night sky that is relatively invisible to us, but with the narrowband filter that I'm using and the sensitive camera, we're able to pick out some more finer details of this object there. And so this is just the image that's going to pop out there is 10 minutes, a guided image, and without stretching the image right away, that is what we have. Astrophotography, Ruzine, thank you for popping by, mate. So you're not imaging tonight and editing videos, so I thought you'd drop by and say hi. Thank you very much for stopping in. Yeah, we are on one of your well-edited images. This is the Flaming Star Nebula, which Ruzine, if you follow him at Astro Ruz on Twitter and search for him as Astrophotography, he's done some amazing things. He's a UK-based astrophotographer as well. So yeah, if you can give him a follow on Instagram, he does some amazing videos. His YouTube videos are highly informative. So yeah, check him out if you are looking to get some more details on astrophotography processing, because he'll go into a little more detail than what I do. And yeah, just it's kind of cool to check him out there. But yeah, Ruz, thank you very much for popping by, man. So this is our 10-minute image of the Flaming Star Nebula. And even right out of the gate, using the Altair Astro tri-band filter, we're able to see just some of those details of the nebula already. And that's without kind of doing a bit of a stretch. Hey, I can only speak of the best about you, man. You've been very informative, and you know, you have informed my decision on purchasing this camera. You know, so yeah, only good things that you've done, and yeah, I appreciate your work, brother. So this is, yeah, right out of the gate, I'm always impressed with this camera, and just the overall smoothness that you get from this. And even the guiding isn't too bad. The stars are about as round as they can be, and even for the little hiccups in the guiding, it's done really well on keeping things together there. So let's do a bit of let's stretch the histogram and kind of bring out some of those details there. And this is just a small part of that nebula complex, and I think it's a fantastic example of an emission nebula with a little bit of reflection coming from that from the star in the middle there. And you can see just how it's illuminating a bit of those gas clouds around there. And again, the gradient still kind of coming from that nearly full moon and our street lights. So once 1 in the morning rolls around, the street lights go out, the moon is going to be behind the house, and a lot of these gradients are going to be mitigated. So that's some nice details coming out in that gas. I know, I'm very happy with this image. There have been a couple images that were like, ah, that's all right. But this one is really highlighting the kind of the capabilities of everything being used here, and I love it. So when I was processing this image last time, I was unfortunately losing this kind of blue cyan kind of illuminated area. So I wasn't, yeah, I was disappointed in losing that in the processing. But just like an image like this, the first one out of the gate is always, this is a, yeah, I really love all this, and sometimes I am at a loss for words, unfortunately. But just being able to see the details of those clouds, because if you're looking at this in a wide field view, you just don't always get that that resolution and just those finer details of how these clouds are kind of being pushed back by the you know, by the solar winds in that area. And you know, you're kind of left with these almost peaks and mountains of gas clouds in that area. And I don't think I can actually, if I do any more to this, I'm just going to start losing, not losing, but so you just bump that up just a little bit, increase that contrast, because that left side there is getting really interesting. And I've said this for pretty much every image, that this deserves to have more hours of integration put on there. So, did you know that the main bright star of the Flaming Star Nebula is suspected to originate in Orion? I did not know that. So this star that we're looking at right here, then, that's traveled from the constellation of Orion into that area there. I love it. Right. Yeah, next time you're imaging, maybe we should kind of, Rosine, organize a little bit of maybe a Zoom call or something like that, and just kind of just chat about this together, because I can talk about things all day long. However, I'm just talking to myself essentially. So apparently so. So when I was doing my write-ups of this target, I read something about it, and I mean, it was from Wikipedia. So my citation, well, I think there's some things that people are going to keep up. I know in university they didn't want any citations coming from Wikipedia, but I'd like to think for the most part people are being fairly accurate with some things. But I think that's entirely possible that could have happened, because the stars that we're looking at in the sky, these aren't static things. Like, they're moving, and constellations over millions of years are going to change shape. So in about 100,000 years, the North Star Polaris isn't going to be our North Star. It's going to eventually, Earth's axis as it's rotating around the sun, it'll point to the star Vega, and that'll be our new North Star. And eventually things kind of become cyclical and it goes back to Polaris again. But overall, the stars that are in the sky, that are in our galaxy, they're moving at different speeds. So the constellations do change, but not in like a human lifetime. So it's imperceptible to us, but over time, there are changes. Actually, in Stellarium, so you're talking to us. You're not some crazy guy just talking to himself. And yeah, I appreciate that there are many people in here that are listening to me ramble on about this. And it's still something a little new to me. And doing this for almost 3 hours tonight now. And I mean, the first night I barely made it through like an hour and a half of talking. So it's a bit of a marked improvement there. I think I will just wish we could converse back and not through chat. I think there's always voice options in Discord, so I can kind of look into doing something like that, and maybe holding like an open question and answer, or just a bit of a talk. We'll see what the future holds. There's a lot of plans kind of coming up there. Some things about Twitch and streaming, and what would be nice if it allowed two ways. I think something like that you definitely have to do. Like a Discord chat, or organizing some kind of like a Zoom feature. I know when Fraser Kane doing his Universe Today virtual star parties, he does have a few people on there with different telescopes in different areas of the world, kind of coming together, so you're able to capture some different targets all at once. So maybe even doing a mini virtual star party. But the thing with that is just always, the UK weather can be rather unpredictable. So it's there's been many times when I've said, let's have here comes some live astrophotography, and the clouds have rolled in, and I'm like, well, there it isn't. So and there's when I know the weather's going to be pants, then I do some of the rainy day astronomy, just kind of banging on about stuff for a couple hours. But when the skies are clear, go as long as possible, because I know what's the let me see. So I'm thinking about replacing that tri-band for another. I don't know about so much replacing it. I know I've been kind of looking into the L Extreme for sure. but I'm also right now looking to add a different broadband filter. Right now, the Astronomic CLS XT filter that I have kind of makeshifted into a 2-inch filter it's doing the trick. It's all right, but I think there's a few other filters I'm looking at to use as a broadband filter that kind of lets through a little more of the light and cuts out just that specific bit of light pollution there. All right. Yeah, perfectly predictable to for all these clouds. It's been, this has been the first kind of successive clear nights in a long, I think all of October, really. Pardon me. So yeah, it's been just fighting with that and just hoping that a night is going to be clear. And even there was a time when I had maybe a 2-hour window, and that closed pretty quick. So yeah, just doing what we can there. So you're editing the L Extreme video right now, so that's yeah, I look forward to watching that one later. I've subscribed to you on both my YouTube channels now, so I will definitely get that notification when you pop that up there. Yes, I think it actually probably is going to be the L Pro, the L Pro Max, and yeah, I think that's going to be. I'll switch that to my next broadband filter, and I would probably maybe sell on my astronomic filter. However, I wouldn't take it out of the 2-inch adapter anymore, because I think I would just crack the filter if I tried to. So we'll see how that goes. So you are a very knowledgeable and well-spoken person. Thank you, Two Socks. I could fall asleep peacefully listening to you spout your info. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah, I try to do what I can, and this works out to be my process of learning as well. Because if I can take in my information and be able to relay it back to other people in a sensible manner, it just kind of reinforces, I guess, my knowledge base to what I've kind of picked up there. So I thank you very much for that compliment. I appreciate that very much. And yeah, we've been sitting on this Flaming Star Nebula for a little bit now, but at the same time, I really like how this one's turned out overall, and definitely being able to pick out these new details with this with the telescope that I've added to my collection now. It's just kind of opened up, more, as narrow as this is imaging, it's opened up just more possibilities of what to see in the night sky. So there's many projects I always want to be looking after, and but again, I'm limited by our weather, which is another reason why I chose a color camera over a monochrome camera, because I just want to be able to get those images out as quickly and efficiently as possible. And there can be times if you're shooting with a monochrome camera, and here I am shooting 3 hours in the green with a green filter, and then clouds roll in for weeks on end, and you're just sitting there with a black and white image of an image of your nebula that isn't complete. So I think in this way I have a kind of a complete image right now that I can share with you guys right away. You can see, pardon me, so you can see the colors, and you're not kind of guessing what you're looking at there. Not Pedro. How big is this nebula? The Flaming Star Nebula. I get a lot of my information from Celestron or Sky Safari, and that's been fairly reliable for my information. So this, okay, there you go, perfect. There's a lot of times you got to go fishing for the information in here. It's 1,500 light years away, and it's about 5 light years across. So let me switch over to Stellarium. And let's let the mouse pad not want to react. So yeah, there you go, 1,500 light years away. And from what I imagine, what they're measuring from end to end would be like this whole area here, notwithstanding the rest of the nebulous complex that is out, that stretches out farther, that's a little more fainter to a camera, that requires a little more integration time to pull that detail out. But yeah, there you go, 5 light years. What I can just imagine is this main section here. So which may not seem large, however, our next closest star, Proxima Centauri, is 4 light years away. So even this complex is still going to be that much larger between us and our next nearest star. And yeah, even at those, trying to imagine these distances is mildly mind-warping, mind-boggling. And yeah, that's I didn't think it was that big, and it's kind of with these structures, the distances and the size that they appear to be are, I really can't imagine kind of being any closer to these things. And eventually, at what point are you in a nebula before you realize that you're in it, or that you're not in it anymore? You know, I know there's some programs that will show what it could be like flying through it, but you'd be seeing that through different wavelengths. And if you're flying through a nebula with just your own eyes, you're probably not going to pick up on those clouds, because you are so much smaller than the whole complex itself. But yeah, just the size of some of these nebulae are incredible. Now there is the Spider and the Fly Nebula, which are kind of neighboring the flaming star. However, they are more suited for a wide field view, and I've never actually imaged these ones before, so I don't know what to expect with that. So I'm going to take a chance and look at the, I'm going to maybe look at the Spider. Is this a emission nebula? Because if it is, then it's a mixed emission and reflection nebula. You know what, let's go to something new. Let's look at the Spider Nebula, which I've never shot before, and we are close by. And that is IC 417, or NGC, what's that one? IC 417. All right, let's take a look at that one there, because like I said, I've never imaged that one before, and it may be something interesting, it may not be. You never know. Because there are some images that just photograph much better than others. And that has to do, it can do with its content, with its composition, sorry, and what's it doing? Oh, are we getting clouds? A star was lost. All right. I am seeing clouds. Look at that. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. All right, so who had asked about shooting through clouds? Was that Two Socks? Here comes the issue with any kind of wispy clouds rolling through where the guide star. Yeah, at least it isn't rain. It did start raining on me a week and a half ago, I think. It was one of those sessions I thought was going to be a surprise clear night, and yeah, the rain started coming in and things got a little wet, and that was a little unfortunate. There was no damage, but it's just the annoyance of having to quickly cover things up, you know, and just kind of rushing around. And it's one of those things I like to be able to set up at a leisurely pace so I'm not forgetting anything, especially if I'm setting up from zero. That's a bit of an issue. So how rainproof is this equipment? It's not entirely rainproof. I've heard stories of people who have had their telescopes and their cameras soaked by a wayward lawn sprinkler, and in the end things have worked just fine, just let everything dry out. But it's also the hassle of cleaning everything and making sure that you're not getting any smudges or dried raindrops on your mirrors in your telescope. So ultimately you don't want any rain getting on your equipment there. I do have a scope cover that is a waterproof and UV resistant cover from Telegizmos, and it is it's their 365 range, which means that this is meant to be covering your scope up for every day of the year if need be. I do leave a desiccant filter underneath the scope just to kind of collect any excess moisture that might build up. But yeah, it's definitely not anything you kind of want to be leaving out in the rain unprotected. Because as far as I know, there isn't nobody's really developed a camera system that's waterproof or water resistant, much like, you know, how some of the Samsung phones are at the moment. So yeah, don't want to leave this out in the rain at all. And well, it looks like the clouds are leaving. So those are getting out of the way. And I guess I will be mindful of that. Let me check if the forecast has changed. Because again, it can say it's clear, and yeah, okay, then it does look like the forecast is changing to some medium level clouds, about 30%. So I kind of wish I did set up. I had a really touchy forecast, so I didn't want to bother, as it looked like an hour or so of time, but it turned out to be quite good. Shame though. Yeah, that's one of those things where you don't know if, because I can have conflicting forecasts on a few different apps, and you know, you don't know which one to trust, and you don't want to get everything all set up and ready to go, and then you're bringing it in as soon as, you know, you've got it out there because the clouds have rolled in all of a sudden. It's yeah, it can be frustrating, and I guess that's also where taking the time to invest in an observatory or a more covered option, so we're not dragging our equipment out night in, night out, you know. So yeah, it's just one of those things where the weather can be so unstable, especially at this time of year. We're switching, kind of going into new seasons. And yeah, I really hope winter is going to be cool and clear and calm, so we can get as much enjoyment out of the night sky as possible during the darkest hours. Darkest hours being when the sun is down, not the figurative sense. So as long as your equipment doesn't have a headphone jack, it's waterproof, right? Apple mentality. Yeah, oh no, there's plenty of inputs on these devices, so yeah, no, there's plenty of nooks and crannies to get water in on this stuff. Yep, I went off and set up the 70 with a 8-inch f12 Cassegrain, all sorts out, off-axis guider and such, and just had got the stuff dialed in, and then clouds appeared. That is horrendously classic of astrophotography. And yeah, it's frustrating. I had that that happened to me when I think it was about 2 weeks ago now. I kind of got everything all set up. Thankfully, it was already, you know, just taking off the cover and getting things out. But it's a bit of a production getting the studio set up for live streaming. So I, you know, am taking a bit of time to get things dialed in there. So just look at it as practice for the next time. If this is practice for the next time, Two Socks, between at least just the two of us, we've had hours of practice setting up this equipment. And yeah, it's always worth it, even if you are taking stuff down right away, because you got that excitement, you get that drive to get everything set up when you think you can convince yourself that the clouds are going to roll in, I'll be fine. I'll sit down on the couch and watch a movie or something like that. And there are times I've gone to bed and poked my head out the window and just been like, oh, it was clear. And there's that bit of a feeling of disappointment. So it's a bit of a gamble sometimes whether or not the skies are going to be clear. And really, when I started doing this broadcast tonight, the skies were clear right up until sunrise, and now it has changed to a kind of an orange warning level of cloud coverage in the next 3 hours, or for the next 3 hours. So I'll see how things. I can still see a wispy amount of clouds over top there. Just above the corner of my screen is that is Taurus, and that is the Hyades, and that is Aldebaran, that bright star just above. Use the other hand, just above. I get it. I will get it. There we go. That is Aldebaran, and part of the Hyades open star cluster, which precedes Orion. So once you start seeing the Pleiades and the Hyades, Orion isn't far behind, and astrophotographers get really excited. And it's always disappointing when suddenly the skies are clear, Orion is high in the sky, and you have nothing set up. So that's always tough. So yeah, that has to be a letdown on a clear night. A meteorologist, a person who can be 40% correct and still hold a job. Yeah, that's you look at even the apps I look at about 4 different apps to try and confirm what the weather is going to be. And yeah, I would say same thing about, actually almost 100% of the time when it says it's going to be raining and cloudy, it's right. And when it says it's going to be a clear night, maybe 20%, and all of a sudden it'll turn on a dime, and all the weather will go to pot. So I always pronounce that Aldebaran. Okay. Aldebaran. Potato. I think any star that starts with Al is what's the where it originated from. it is escaping me. The Middle Eastern area where those star names came from. Turkish, Arabic. Thank you, Arabic. Okay. You see, this is why I need a few more voices on here. That's it. Yeah, any star that's beginning with AL, or has the al emphasized in its name, yeah, originated from Arabic. Like Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse. When I was doing research on that, Bet al Guz was the Arabic name for it. So yeah, I guess Aldebaran is maybe closer. I've always heard as Aldebaran, so that might be a bit of maybe a Western pronunciation of it there. No, by all means, drop your links in here. I am happy to share with for more people to be exposed to more astrophotography. Yeah, share away. I know there's some etiquette with people saying, "Oh, I'm off to stream." Like, you know what? Great. Tell me where it is. I'll follow you as well. You know, if anybody else who is in here has a Twitch channel, let me know, because I am happy to follow more people. And it doesn't have to be astronomy related. It's always interesting to find new people on here. So, yeah, in my chats, share away with what you do. A little self-promotion can go a long way. You know, someone new can discover your channel, tell their friends, they tell 2 friends, their 4 friends tell no friends, and that's it, you know. But hey, that's always good. Yeah, I've also found searching for some things on YouTube have been a little weird there. Yeah, you know, I think I've missed a few bits on the chat. Let me just go back there for a second there. And yeah, you know, no, you kind of covered things. That was Rosine helping out some more people discover more astronomy. Yeah, definitely as well. Astro Backyard has been an inspiration to many of us, and Trevor Jones being a fellow Canadian, that kind of made me feel a little more pride as well, that a Canadian from not too far away from where I used to live, has become quite a name in the astrophotography community. So it's yeah, very impressive to see what a lot of people have done. And yeah, I just want everybody to be able to experience the night sky, and just do my little part to expose everybody to more astronomy. Right, everything looks fine out there. Let's try to find that target again. Let's, because I think I might, I might be cutting things short if these clouds are going to be rolling in. So let's pick. Yep. All right. Now, why that doesn't want to flip over there? You know, black screen looks so. All right. Let me pick another target there. Make sure that is saved. The Flaming Star Nebula in all its glory. There we go. That is saved. Okay, I didn't save that at all. Right, we were going to shoot for the Spider Nebula, which is just a short hop from the Flaming Star Nebula. That was IC 417. right, okay, this could be hopefully a cool looking target. And then I think I'm going to have to almost kind of pick my go home target, and we'll go from there, because yeah, the clouds, if they're going to be rolling in, then that's going to end the night before the dew is going to end the night. And yeah, that's another thing that I need to purchase, is some dew bands and a dew heater controller for this scope, because I do not have anything large enough to combat that. So that is my my next port of call, to purchase that. All right, that is a quick jump, and we are making sure we're on target. Let's see, we should be, because it's a quick movement there. And there we go, we're good. That when everything works flawlessly with the ASIR, everything just seems so much more enjoyable. There have been times, like even just earlier tonight, I went to pick another target and it went the opposite direction for some reason. So I kind of had to recenter things. But remote control of your telescope is beneficial in this way, because I can be inside nice and warm with a coffee that is getting cold, and I'm still able to enjoy the night sky. Now I don't always sit inside when I'm doing this. When I'm doing this, yes, I'm inside. But when I'm doing, when I'm shooting images, I'll stay outside for the most part with the rig, even though I'm controlling it with the tablet. A rap named Tim, how you doing? All hail clear skies. Yes, yes. Praise that. Let's hail some more clear skies, because suddenly the weather wants to turn on me. So we'll hope that the skies can stay clear for maybe another hour, and then that will kind of give Orion a chance to rise up above the roof line a little bit there, and maybe get some shots from that area of the night sky. Maybe even, we'll have to check in a second there. Let's just make sure that we are on target for the Spider Nebula, which I've never imaged this area of the sky before. So whether or not we are looking at the right stuff is interesting. And that star is really red. I want to find out which one that is, because if that's already coming out red through this short exposure, how bright is that? All right, I'm going to give it a go on their regular 10-minute exposure there, to kind of get the most detail out of that image there. And hopefully the clouds are going to stay put. They're not going to bother us for the next minimum 10 minutes. But hopefully we'll see that there. So I apologize for not addressing people on Facebook if you're watching, or if you're on YouTube watching this one. We are streaming this live. I've tried out Restream on a bit of a trial basis to see how this goes. I do stream my astrophotography, the live sessions, to YouTube, so I can save them for later, because on Twitch I only, at the current level that I'm at, I can only save them they're only on there for 14 days and then they're gone. So it's a bit of a mishmash of platforms that I am sharing this on, and I do share it on my Facebook page. It is the Astro Canuck, and we'll see how things go after the next month, because it is $20 a month to run Restream through your own private group there. So I need to kind of weigh that out and see if that money can maybe go towards something else at the moment, and we'll just kind of keep this central on Twitch and through YouTube there, because a lot of the elements that I control on here are Twitch based. So it's yeah, this kind of platform is what I want to do with things there. I'm just looking at the security camera. It looks all right there for right now. There might be some wispy clouds up there that may come into play, but we'll see how that goes. Astro Addict Tim, how are you, sir? Thank you for popping in. I gotta say, I'm mildly humbled that you stumbled upon my Twitch channel. I appreciate that very much. So we're hoping that the weather is going to hold up for the next hour or so, and kind of finish my imaging. Right now we are imaging on the oh, okay, so it's the same one there. So you changed your username there. Now I definitely know who you are. Yeah, so we are doing some live astrophotography, and I am shooting the Spider Nebula, which I've actually never imaged before, and will be interested to see how this goes. The clouds have been threatening at the moment, so I'm kind of hoping that they're going to hold off. Mojo Jojo, I put some whiskey in my coffee because it's Ireland somewhere. That's fair play. Now I do have some whiskey with me as well, but I don't know if I'm gonna break that out at the moment. Keep my faculties about at the for right now. Maybe afterwards we'll have raise a glass. But yeah, we are imaging like I said, the Spider Nebula, and that is in the constellation of Auriga. Cheers, Mojo. Thank you very much. So we are using the ASI Air to control everything, and just hoping that these clouds are going to stay away just long enough to get this exposure. And then I am hoping, let's see, let me take a look at, while we're doing that, where Orion is in the next half hour. Because if any of those areas can be above, now it looks like, okay, last night I tried to image the Jellyfish Nebula, and because I'd never imaged that before, I was a little unfamiliar with where the whole structure was in relation to the sensor. So I only caught like a bit of that bright leading edge. So I might jump over to the Jellyfish Nebula after this one, because seeing how the clouds are running, I might want to get over to some of the objects that I didn't get to last night. And I think I would tentatively put the last bit of imaging on the Jellyfish, Monkey Head, or Lowers Nebula, and see how that kind of looks through the scope. I did manage to image the Crab Nebula last night, so I kind of pushed ahead on that one because I was approaching the dew point, and even at the end of the night the scope was starting to fog up. So I think we're gonna have to see how things go for tonight. Like I said, being threatened by the clouds. So I can just see Orion. M42 barely scrapes the top of my house. It's gonna be tight this year. Ooh. Have you considered cutting the roof of your house off? Maybe. Like I said, I'm still petitioning to knock my neighbor's house down. They're not having it. I don't believe I don't have a chance at all. I'm going to need to drive another backyard to image it close to Bortle 9. Man. Yeah, I am in a Bortle 5 area, probably borderline 6 after a lot of the street lights have been replaced in my area to the LEDs. So it is noticeably brighter. And they still haven't put any shields on there, so it's just, you know, as bright as day almost in front of my house. And actually the low pressure sodium lamps are still installed behind my house along the street there. So I'm hoping they take their sweet time replacing those, at least, so I can better cut out some of that pollution there. Yeah, that's it. Simple. Just throw everything on top of the roof. We're good. That's it. I'd always kind of toyed with the idea of if moving back to Canada to, you know, be on a farm and using one of those grain silos, which is about, you know, 60 feet tall, and repurposing that as an observatory. And some research looked to be very expensive because you would basically have to build a pier from the top into the ground all the way down that whole tower. So maybe not the most practical idea. So I'd maybe choose an open field. Next time, give that fix about cutting roofs off. I need to twirl the mustache, feeling the style. I'll get that roof off. Oh. Right, Astro Addict, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that very much. I still haven't come up with a name for my collective group of followers yet, so we'll get something out there. We'll think of something there. Like I said, I'm still kind of in the first, you know, few weeks of starting this whole channel up, so we'll come up with something there. And Razine, thank you very much for the follow too. Appreciate that so much. Everybody who's actually had quite a few additions to followers tonight. I was raided by another streamer, iPutsy, who's plays a lot of games. Play Phasmophobia with him on a regular basis now, and yeah, it's been a bit of fun playing the horror game leading up to Halloween, when we don't really have much Halloween to do at the moment. So just kind of getting up there. The Canucks could be an option. We don't know. I've had an alternate name as Captain Canucklehead on other channels before, so maybe you will be my Canuckleheads. I don't know. We'll see. My Astro Canuckleheads. Well, I don't know. Something. There was. Now I hadn't started. So okay, seems like you've played it as well then, Tim. There was a night before I started playing Phasmophobia for the first time. I was doing a stream, and the lamp in my studio started going out, and I had joked about it a few weeks earlier, saying, "Oh, I hope this light doesn't go out." And yeah, it started flickering on and off, and eventually midway through my stream, it shut off. And had I been playing Phasmophobia before that, or while that was happening, it probably would have scared the living shit out of me. So happy that happened during a regular astronomy stream and not during the horror phase. Yeah, so that's a bit of personal horror that could have gone down much worse. Although it would have been very hilarious on a stream for that to happen. I've slowly been able to persuade and suggest my partner that moving to a village, lockdown helps solidify that notion. Needs must, you know. I think moving out to the countryside, where there's less neighbors around, is a little more cost effective and less of a headache than, you know, building petitions to knock down your neighbor's house. All right. Can we do it? Yes, we can. All right, get your sledgehammers, lads. We are done. The Spider Nebula. Didn't even notice that. I was. Let's see. How did that come out? Actually, it doesn't seem too bad. Man, that star is red. Okay, before I even get into any farther into this image, so that's straight out of the camera, straight out of the ASI 533 MC Pro, and a 10-minute exposure, which it looks like the stars have held up very well with the I guess a bit of a wispy cloud cover that's come through there. Where is the Spider Nebula? I want to see what star that is, because that is, I wonder if that's just the way how the camera is picking things up, or if that star is really that red. What letter is S for Greek? So S Aurigae is a 10th magnitude variable double star appearing in the constellation Auriga. It is a red star, spectral type C4, 5, or 4, 5. This star is part of a double or multiple star system, but its orbit is not known. Its magnitude is plus 11. Secondary component appears 192.7 arc seconds away from the primary. It is a pulsating, semi-regular variable star, and magnitude varies from plus 8.2 to plus 14.7 over a period of 596 days. Right. Well, that is, yeah, color index red. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but making a petition to knock down a neighbor's house, down, especially without them knowing, would be diabolically fun. It would be so fun. JPB88, I like your stars. I like the cut of your jib, sir. Jamie, thanks for stopping by, brother. So just cut the neighbor's lawn, and after 10 years you can claim their property as eminent domain. Interpretation of U.S. law. Well, we can try to enforce U.S. law in the U.K., but we'll see how that goes. Right, so the Spider Nebula. Let's do a bit of a histogram stretch on here. It looks like guiding is also kind of going all over the place, so I don't know how much longer this is going to hold out for. Yeah, star lost, I know. But you can see that gradient is disappearing as the moon has gone down behind the aforementioned neighbor's house. So it's kind of helping out things a little bit there. I think, yeah, just have to get maybe a little aggressive on this. No time for finesse. It's interesting, I'll give it that. I think it's, again, another target that's going to need a little more integration time to get those details out. However, that is a very bright star, and I've come to love the diffraction spikes. I was always on the fence about them, and yeah, I just like just how they make the overall image look. It just kind of adds a bit of sparkle to it. So there are pros to having neighbor. Yeah, in that regard, the neighbors have come in handy to have that that moonlight impact my imaging a little less, and Yeah, look at that stuff. Look at that. It, you know, the whole, the, pardon the pun, the star of this image right now is this, this red variable star in the corner there. And there's another one called La Superba. I just love saying that. That's up in the, I think it's in the west at this point now. But that's another one of those kind of red giant stars that I just want to image that one as well. The name itself is just so exotic. Yes, I love the diffraction spikes. I dislike the ring glow. Yeah, that is that does come from the type of filter that I'm using. I think it is mainly in the O3, in the green channel, where this kind of comes from. And the closer you can get that filter to the camera sensor, you kind of mitigate that kind of halo around there, or the coma around the stars. It's yeah, it's inherent with this type of filter. However, the benefit from everything else, I can kind of let that go there. Right, I gotta go let puppy out and reckon it's bedtime. All right, Rosine, thank you very much. I appreciate you popping by and the follow and kind of sharing things, sharing your YouTube channel and your love of astronomy with us tonight. I appreciate that very much. So feel free to stop on by anytime. And Astromatic, what filter is that? That is the Altair Astro tri-band one-shot color filter. So that's just using the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, hydrogen beta, which is would be the predecessor to the L Extreme filter. It's definitely been a great investment for this filter, but yeah, that coma around the stars does get a little annoying. But yeah, I think it's something that I can deal with at the moment, and I do wonder what the L Extreme looks like against that there, because maybe it is just that wider pass between the O3 and the H beta that maybe creates those halos. Astrophotography, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for stopping by. And was it Aprasa has followed as well. Sorry, I missed that one there. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. Hello, Astrophotography. How are you tonight? So if we could create a motor that spun the 4-pole lens structure that creates the diffraction spikes at a moderate speed without shaking the scope, we could have perfect round stars. That would be, yeah, in a perfect world. Interesting. So kind of like it would almost look like a free floating secondary mirror in that position. Interesting. So, I mean, that's that's obviously eliminated with like a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, where you have your glass and secondary in that position there. But yeah, who knows? Didn't hear the follow notification that time. Yeah, me neither. Let's let me see that 1 second there. Ba-ba-ba. Yeah, so my yeah, that sound follow is a, let me confirm that there. That is, I believe that was one of the sound follow is this one here. Let's replay that there for Astrophotography's follow. And I believe that was one of the NASA sound files from Voyager sending a signal back to Earth. Which message that was, I can't remember which off the top of my head, but it is a sound space. So kind of any other element. I'm still working on picking out the elements in my stream here, but it is definitely all going to be space based. And yeah, the NASA stuff is free to use. I have credited them in my in the about section here, so you know, make sure that they give that they get that credit there. So I'm not just willy-nilly using these elements in my stream here. Let's see, jump back in the chat there. Astrophotography, just packed my telescope back home due to clouds. Now the sky is clear again. Classic. Yes, we were just lamenting about that probably about 10 minutes ago, and that's totally the case when you're getting everything all set up and clouds roll in, or you say forget it, that's it, the night's done, and the clouds just go away. They know, and it's so annoying sometimes. Not sometimes, all the time, whenever it happens. You don't want it to happen. So just levitate the secondary mirror through magnetic fields. So talking about getting rid of these diffraction spikes. Interesting. Let's build a new telescope. Just have the secondary mirror kind of connected down along the primary, so you wouldn't even really see the connecting cords. Well, let's see. We're getting way beyond my capabilities of engineering here, which goes as far as maybe Lego. Right, so we are on the Spider Nebula, which might, looking at the, let me see what the guiding is doing. Yeah, it might be the last image of the night, but I will confirm that in a second there. Let's So the entire nebula complex appears only 3 arc minutes across, but it's also 10,000 light years distant. So both open star clusters, which is the Fly and Spider nebula, are formed in interstellar clouds and are embedded in glowing hydrogen gas. The more compact NGC 1931 is about 10 light years across with contrasting blue hues characteristic of reflected starlight, which would probably be more evident with a longer integration period, which is probably looks to be like this that northern area. Looking at what the longer processed photo is. So actually this star is probably blocking about a lot of that, or is so bright that it's in this image it's not doing too well there. So am I in the UK? Just guessing based on your local time. Yes, I am. I'm in the UK. I'm in the east of England, and I am staying up way past my bedtime, but I don't care. Whenever there's a clear night, I'll be out shooting some images of space and just sharing them with you guys. Anybody who wants to pop in, say hello, and just look at the stars and just witness the wonders that the universe has in store for us. And yeah, maybe you're in an area that is just way too bright to be even seeing anything visually. So I'll do what I can to share those images. And I do have a kind of a limited window of area that I can shoot in the sky, because I'm either blocked by just, you know, the townhouse complex that I'm in, and the terraced housing that I'm in, and the neighbors behind me, and the trees in the garden that the missus won't let me cut down. And yeah, so I have a wonderful view to the east. So we'll yeah, take any opportunity I can. And it looks like the clouds are kind of rolling in. Let's see what is above the Hyades. I guess I could move down just a little bit. Actually, let's see. So London here sounds like the clouds that you had mentioned and I saw are the same ones. Yeah, there's a good chance. I say cut them down. Don't let her dictate. She can be scary. You know it, Jamie. Anyway, I don't have a tree to replace that tree at the moment, so. Right, let's take a look at the. That's about as high as the camera can go there. And it looks like those clouds are being really annoying. They're about medium level. No, now I'm kicking up dust around the camera. All right, let's see let's see if there's one more target that is available. So I may have to, and as I was, according to some of the apps, I was promised hours up until sunrise and clear skies. However, that has changed drastically. Somebody lied. Possibly Germany is not much farther away. Yeah, how are the skies in Germany, Tim? Do you get more consistent weather, or does it become as just unpredictable as we do in the UK? Right. See, clear outside is saying it's clearing up until 1 in the morning. So I should have maybe like half an hour, 40 minutes or so. See how that goes. But even then, there's high and medium clouds. Although it does say 10 and 5%, which could, if that whole 10% lands over my house, and that's it, which usually somehow tends to be the case. This fall, terrible, predictable, cloudy. Yeah, these 2 nights in a row have been the first in weeks that I've had available. So it's, yeah, ridiculous sometimes. So it looks like the clouds are staying a little farther east, so I do start shooting a little straight up if there's anything available that I haven't already shot in that area at the moment. Now, it looks like it's a reflection. I believe that's not going to be good for the. Yeah, because Orion is just starting to peek over the top of the house there. So I was really hoping if these clouds stayed off, I could have possibly. What could I have got? Maybe lowers Nebula out of there. I think holding out for the rosette would be too much, because I would actually be reaching the dew point at the moment, and that won't be that wouldn't be as beneficial to things. So let's. Yeah, those trees look to be a problem. They are. The way how the security camera is set up, they do look to be encroaching a little more than they actually do. I do have a bit more of a view. So Let's see. I wonder if I just... It kind of looks like, again, pointing towards the zenith, I have a better look at things, and it almost looks like the Pleiades is the only kind of object I haven't looked at the moment. But again, with the narrowband filter, I don't know how much I'm gonna to see on there. The focal length on this one is the native focal length is 1600 millimeters, but I am using a 0.6 reducer on this, so I am at about 979 millimeters with the scope there. So, which is also helpfully reducing it to about f4.6 or f4.7. So yeah, just making this scope a little more almost borderline wide field to a point, depending on what your definition of wide field is going to be. So yeah, turning into a bit of a hybrid scope at the moment. Pac-Man is there. I did image Pac-Man last night, and while I am looking for a target, I'm going to pull up last night's Pac-Man nebula, because I thought it turned out to be really nice. Bum, 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 bum. No. So yeah, that was last night's Pac-Man nebula. That was a 16-minute exposure, because I kind of started that one before I kicked off the live stream, so I had that going before people were in, so we weren't sitting around waiting for 16 minutes of me rambling on about whatever and whatnot. So that was, like I said, that was last night's first image, and I do go to back to the Pac-Man nebula quite a bit. I just think it's one of the more interesting objects out there, and it's almost mainly, it's like that little like the Bach globules within this nebula really get me, because there's just that little bit of light kind of coming from behind it, and then you know, the rest of it being in shadow just kind of adds that little bit of depth to the whole nebula there. Yeah, I think, yeah, all those clouds are hanging out just below the Hyades right now, so that is completely going to be blocking off any chances of Orion at the moment. And yeah, everything's south of there. Wouldn't even be able to get the Crab Nebula, which I did get that one last night as kind of like my last image of the evening. So I think, well, I guess I'd be interested to see what kind of would I be able to get out of the Pleiades, although, like, because of being a reflection, and then I'm just looking at one single star. NGC 1435. You know what, let's give it a go. Astrophotography, nice to see familiar faces around. Gotta sleep. Have a nice session. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I hope to see you again on the next live stream. I'll I don't have a set schedule at the moment. It seems to be that my Saturday nights are my rainy day astronomy, as it's been cloudy every Saturday night. And yeah, whenever there's a clear night, I will aim to be doing more of this as much as possible. So yeah, thanks so much for stopping by. Well, yeah. So we are going to maybe take a look at an area of the Pleiades. We'll see that there. All right, gotta go. Tomorrow is a day for new videos. All right, Tim, thank you very much. For those kind of in around the stream here who may not be familiar with Tim, he does some fantastic tutorials on astrophotography as well. And yeah, if you feel free, if you have a link you want to pop in there, go ahead and do that. I appreciate anybody else being able to discover more astronomy as much as possible. So you search for Tim as Astro Addict on YouTube, Instagram as well, and Twitter. Just a wealth of information and some fantastic images that he puts out there. So yeah, give Tim a follow if you can. All right, let's have a look at, let's go back to a live image and see how well the clouds are holding up. The guiding has gone back to normal, so let's make sure we'll save that image of the Spider Nebula. Make sure that's saved in there. And like I said, I'll be looking to kind of put together a forum to display these images so that we can you know, keep a record of things and have a look at how it goes there, or have a look at, you know, what we imaged in the past there, and yeah, just build up that collection. All right, we're going to let's let the scope know where it is, just in case it forgets. I do like to make sure that I may not even have to do that, but again, I've had issues in the past where for some reason the scope forgets what it's looking at and it's just gone off on its own direction. So I'm going to look at a part of the Pleiades, which is a open star cluster, and which is much too large for this focal length. But there are little parts in there that might be very interesting to look at. Also known as the Subaru or the Seven Sisters. It is often used as an eye test to confirm if you can, depending on how many stars you can pick out individually, just to kind of check your eyesight in a way. I've been completely off center the whole night. Well. Right, let's okay, we're gonna go over to that. We will go over to the Pleiades, make sure everything kind of goes. It was again a nice hop, skip, and a jump from our previous target. See, now these, we'll see how this comes out. Stars are going to be very bright in this section, potentially. And depending on if we are centered on the right thing, this should be the star Merope, or Merope. Let's have a look. Yeah, I can see that. I think I want that star to be a little more centered, perhaps. Actually, probably not, because that whole little dust, that dust lane that it's going through, that'll be. All right, so let's. Again, there might be, who knows if the star is going to get blown out or if we're going to see much detail, because it is, like I said, a reflection nebula and not an emission nebula, which I'm trying to capture the hydrogen alpha. But let's give it a go, because basically everything south of what I want to shoot right now is covered in cloud. So as part of the Seven Sisters, they will eventually, they are being chased by Orion in, according to the ancient stories, and eventually what will happen is it'll appear that that Orion will catch up to the Seven Sisters, but those stars will veer off in a different direction, and the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, will continue on throughout the galaxy away from Orion, and eventually go their own separate ways. And these are millions and billions of years from now. So a little information on this star cluster. So like I said, the Pleiades are also the Seven Sisters, or the Subaru cluster, and it's classified as Messier 45. It's a prominent object in the night sky with a conspicuous place in ancient mythology. The cluster is among the nearest to Earth and the most obvious to the naked eye. Although only a handful are visible to the unaided eye, it contains hundreds of stars, some of them surrounded by swirls of nebulosity. And those swirls of nebulosity is what I'm going to hope to capture in this image, and we'll see how that comes out. Like I said, this filter is better suited for emission nebula, but we'll deal with that as it comes along. And I didn't pick I should have chose a brighter star. Let's see if that'll let me do that. No, I'm gonna stop guiding, and hopefully the mount will pick that star. That looks brighter. And continue guiding, and hopefully there wasn't too many errors on it there. We'll see. There may be a little jitter. But that's okay. This is the, I said, kind of the one-shot image that they don't always come out perfectly. However, not striving for absolute perfection on this at the moment, but just enough to be able to give everybody a bit of a treat there, to be able to see what's beyond, and what we have available in the night sky. So for anybody who may have just come in, kind of stumbled upon this video, or if you've been directed by someone else to come take a look, we are shooting live images of the night sky. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we are imaging live images from space. And right now we are on the Pleiades star cluster, and kind of focusing on one single star in that area, star Merope. We are looking to kind of capture some of the nebulosity and some of the interstellar dust that these stars are traveling through. So this is the scope that we are using. It is an 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien design telescope with a dedicated astronomy camera attached to the back of that there, and all being controlled with a Raspberry Pi computer. So two socks, can you give me some understanding on the guiding chart? I've never been explained what it's actually showing me. So I will be upfront that I don't understand exactly all the tiny intricacies of the guiding myself. However, let me jump on in there. We're basically looking at the blue line is our right ascension. So if we're, you're looking at Polaris, and here's like your pivot point. I guess my elbow would be the pivot point. So imagine there's more behind there. So that's your right ascension, which is kind of going around, orbiting around Polaris, and then your declination for the top of the scope, going essentially, left, and, going east and west. Yeah. So yeah, the way how the lines are going, that's just the amount of the star is drifting. And so to show the correction, so anytime there is that the blue line or the red line, that is what's going to be showing when it has to correct to keep the star in line from its reference point. So I know it's not and even the degrees that are on there, I don't entirely have a Scooby on what those numbers precisely represent. I do know that the total down the bottom, that last number there, as long as you can keep that nice and low, your guiding is looking pretty good. And really, in the end, as long as my stars are still round, and yeah, I try not to be too fussed on guiding. Now, one thing that has changed with just the way how it displays on the ASI Air, how you can see it's going 0, 1, 2 degrees, and before it used to be a 4-degree variance on the chart there, and really that chart only changes now if the guiding goes beyond those limits that you're seeing right now. So I was almost freaking out with the way how this looked and thinking, oh my god, my guiding is terrible. But just visually, you're just zoomed in on the guiding there. So it's really visually, to me, at a glance, I'm still getting used to how how jagged this looks. And now actually because we got some clouds rolling in, you can see there is a bit of a jump, and we are at that we're showing now jumping in 2-degree increments on the chart there. So yeah, hopefully some of that explains it there. Okay, my explanation helps. Didn't know that much. Cool. Yeah, glad to be able to offer up a little bit of information there. And yeah, I think I was used to seeing this 4-degree level, so it looked a little smoother. But once it zooms in on just 2 degrees of increments, it's a little weird. Oh wow! I want to become famous. Oh darn right I do, robot. All right, let's get rid of that. How do I get rid of? No, I don't want to click on that. I want to need a moderator. Well, can't I do that? Right. That's Fritzer. Yes, I've seen this one before. So you are banned. Boom. Aha. That'll learn you, hopefully. Probably won't. They'll be back. They'll all be back. Right. So yes, hopefully that helps out with the guiding situation there. After we were rudely interrupted by this robot telling us we want to be famous. If we wanted to be famous, we would not be studying space. We would get good at Call of Duty. That's right. I cannot play Call of Duty worth anything. I'm more of more Grand Theft Auto and Stardew Valley, Halo maybe to a degree. I collect games. I collect tons of games. You know, I still got Red Dead Redemption 2 to go through, Resident Evil 2, the remake. So, and yeah, a pile about 40 other games that are sitting in my queue on the Xbox. But yeah, Call of Duty isn't one of them. I tried it. I gave it a fair shake, but that's not for me. All right. Our image of Merope in the Pleiades is complete. And you can just see the size of those diffraction spikes. These stars are incredibly bright in here. But we can see a little bit of those wispy reflections off the gas in that area, and the dust, those dust lanes. All right, let's see if we can pull out some detail there, because that'll be nice. I've also never really given the Pleiades a fair shake on an imaging session either. So again, that's another one on my list. This is basically everything out there I want to image. There's some objects that have gotten more attention than others, but yeah, and that it also kind of comes down to how many clear skies I have available to me, and that's, you know, I almost got to be picky on what I'm imaging. So how long have you been photographing the stars? I have been seriously photographing things since the last 4 years, when I kind of got my first telescope. I've had telescopes in the past, and there's really just for observing. And actually, it was about the time of Comet Hyakutake was in the sky, was when we kind of got our first telescope. So that was back in, what, 1996, I believe. Yeah, so that was the first time I really looked through a telescope, and that was mainly look at the moon, frustratingly try to find the comet in the eyepiece there. And I think things kind of petered out, but for observing, but there was always that love of astronomy that's been there for as long as I can remember. And yeah, so when I got my first go-to telescope, it was after kind of going to a star party that was kind of local, and just looking at some other telescopes there, and I took a picture of the moon through the eyepiece after looking at it. Just always wanted to be able to share these images immediately after that time, because I saw this, I'm thinking other people need to see this. You know, I'm almost being selfish looking at the moon at this resolution, and nobody else has seen this right now. So yeah, for the better part of 4 years, I've been doing astrophotography, and only kind of recently have I wanted to be doing this kind of project, to be sharing the night sky live as quickly as possible with anybody that wants to watch. So it's it's shifted the goals that I wanted to have with astrophotography. And at first it was, I need to make the best image possible, and maybe I'll do something with this image. And it's kind of turned towards, like I said, with this whole outreach that I like to do, and also to a design side of things. Being a graphic designer, I do want to be able to do more with the photographs than just present them as, here's the image I spent 24 hours collecting data on, and then spending another 2 weeks processing the image. So yeah, it's a very cool journey. Thank you. It's I mean, there's been everybody else kind of had, people have a similar kind of exposure to astrophotography. Some people don't like it at all. It might be too much work. It might be too frustrating. And yeah, I think there's a certain degree of difficulty. I mean, if you come from a photography background, there's at least a few tweaks and things that you can figure out from there. So it's from a graphic design standpoint, it was in photo processing, it had almost come naturally, almost. So I wasn't too frustrated with how it began, but there's definitely a learning curve with all this. And right now, this image of the Pleiades is kind of blowing my mind a bit here. Again, never thinking I'd get one of these images. Let's see if we can push this a little farther. Even with a narrowband filter, that's turning out a little better than I actually thought it was going to. Yeah, the larger the diffraction spikes we're seeing here, the brighter those stars are coming out. And seeing some of the smaller stars that are still producing diffraction spikes, it's just so bright in that area. But I'm loving those the wispy lines that are being illuminated by the stars. Actually, this is almost looking better on my on my monitor than it is on my computer screen here, which is, I guess it just has to do with the color depths on the screen there. But I'm digging that. That is really cool. I'm happy with that. The gradient is starting to go away. Actually, the street lights are going to go out in about 8 minutes. So, and it looks like the clouds have moved away. So I think I'm going to, and also the fact that it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So I think I'm going to do one more image. Yeah, that wispy, that is really cool. Now the Pleiades is a much larger open star cluster, so there's way more of this this wispy cloud details amongst the rest of the cluster that's there. And it's I've been toying with the kind of an inspiration from this as for a tattoo design, but that's, that changes constantly. So haven't committed myself to doing something like that at the moment, as far as that kind of tattoo. However, I weigh that against the cost of getting some new astrophotography gear, and the ink keeps getting pushed farther back. Right. Make sure that is saved. Saved. Good. There we go. All right. Let's take a look at the sky. It looks like the clouds have buggered off. Pardon me. They've bailed. So, what is available? There's a few objects that are available right now at about, let's see, I think 40 degrees is a safe level to shoot at. And just below, what? Yeah, in an hour, the Rosette Nebula and the Cone Nebula, or the Foxfire Nebula, depending on how wide you're shooting, is going to be available. So in the next probably 3 weeks, that'll be readily available above the house, above the roof line for me. So the options for what I'm going to say is going to be the last image of the evening will be either Lowers Nebula, which is a 10th magnitude bright nebula appearing in the constellation of Orion and has a physical diameter of 26 light years, or NGC 2174, also referred to as the Monkey Head Nebula, is another bright nebula. Or do I try to catch that leading edge of the Jellyfish Nebula? Oh. I don't know how dim that is. All right, let's switch back over to back to the ASI Air for a quick second, and just, I really like that. That's turned out better than I thought it was going to. And I think what I'll do is one night I'm going to have to switch out the filter and use the broadband light pollution filter, so we can maybe compare and contrast. I have done, again, some of those on my Instagram page, where we've seen just how much more detail you can see when you're doing broadband on a galaxy versus the narrowband imaging that I'm doing right now. And there's benefits to both of those ways of shooting. So I think I'm going to do one more new target and look at NGC 2174, because there's a chance that, I know it's 41 degrees above. Oh, this is becoming such a difficult choice. Like, I think if I just shoot the Monkey Head Nebula, we'll see how much is in there. H2 emission nebula. All right, let's go for it. 2174 Monkey Head Nebula. And that will be our final image of the evening, because I'm going to pack things up and I have work in the morning. Yes, we saved that, right? Saved it. Image already saved. That's fine. Duplicates are fine. Right. NGC 2174, correct? $21.74 NGC. And this is one I haven't imaged before, so we'll all be seeing this one for the first time on my screen. looks good. We are confirming. We are centered on the target. All right. That already looks a little wispy. All right, let's make sure we're on a cloud-resistant star. That is not one. That is not bright enough. 2.5. 2.94. All right. That is our guide star. We will combat the clouds. And I'm going to tell you, I don't know exactly the configuration of this nebula. It just looks like we are in the right spot. Like I said, first time I've been imaging this before. Looks interesting. I like the star formation in the area. Lots of right angles in there. I love it when I see stars in a straight line. At least to our perspective, or even those right angles. Let's go. All right, so a little information, a little more detailed information on the Monkey Head Nebula. Is also known as NGC 2174. It's a star-forming region in which bright newborn stars near the center of the nebula illuminate the surrounding gas with energetic radiation. The cloud is sculpted by ultraviolet light eating into the cool hydrogen gas. This would be an interesting one. I mean, the Hubble telescope has a wonderful image of it. And being a mini Hubble telescope, why can't we have just as beautiful of an image, right? Let's see, light pollution, clouds, atmosphere, a tinier telescope that's, 20 times smaller than Hubble. I think this will be interesting. I don't think it doesn't show up that well in Stellarium. We're on the Gemini. Oh, we're close to the 37 cluster. But that is the area of the Monkey Head Nebula in the constellation of Orion. Well, I guess it's kind of borderline between Gemini and Orion, but if it says it's Orion, it's Orion. So I will say this is my first image from Orion of the season, and yeah, Stellarium doesn't have a rendered kind of image of the nebula in there, so that's all right. IC 2159 interstellar matter. Wonder what they have that in there for. Yeah, so last night's kind of near the end of the night target was the Jellyfish Nebula, and not being familiar with it, I think I caught this portion of it ultimately before I decided to move on to another target there. So what I would have wanted to kind of image was it like this? So I think the way how the ASI Air centered it, it was pretty much like that, and I didn't choose too well on centering it. So we'll try it another night to get a better shot of the jellyfish, but again, to try to get as many new targets as possible. I'm going for the Monkey Head Nebula to close things out for the evening, and there it is. Just 6 minutes to go on that image there, so we'll see that in a moment. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that to go by, I do want to thank people who have stopped by. People who have stuck around for quite a while in the stream. I appreciate you guys for any amount of time that you've come to stop by and listen to me ramble on and look at some amazing pictures of space, as amazing as I can get them. And just yeah, just a big thanks to all the support that's been given out already. And I definitely want to be able to grow the community, grow the stream as much as possible, and eventually working towards a better presence on Twitch and online in different forums, just to be able to do what I can to share my love of astronomy and as much astrophotography as possible, to just to be able to see as much of the night sky as we can, because for some people you don't have that available, be it for light pollution or any other particular reasons. So yeah, just to be able to bring that night sky closer to you, and also within the comfort of wherever you are planting your butt at the moment. Mine happens to be a swivelly office chair in my kitchen studio, and other times it may be on my sofa, but that's just if I'm imaging for a project. It'd be a little too casual to be doing this on the sofa at the moment. But any other way that you can find me is on through Instagram. I am Astro Canuck. Find me on YouTube, where a lot of these videos are going to be archived, because I have not reached affiliate yet on Twitch. So I only have a short amount of time that the videos they'll stay on my Twitch channel. Anytime I'm kind of playing video games on Twitch, I'm probably not going to save those unless there's an interesting clip. It's just that is for a truly rainy day, and when there is no other content at the moment that I'm going to do. And I am on Twitter as the Astro Canuck. And where else do I do stuff? Basically anywhere where you look for Astro Canuck, that's where I'm going to be. I've tried to widen my reach as much as possible, just to keep things out there. And yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by. And if you do have your own Twitch channel, let me know if you're streaming. Let me know what other venues or what other channels that you use, because I'd like to meet other people. And if you're interested in me, then I would want to check out what you're doing as well, because you've extended that courtesy, and I do want to, because you never know what you're going to find. So yeah, I know there is some etiquette where people are like, don't mention that you're streaming on someone else's stream. Share it. I do not mind at all. I appreciate you guys stopping by. So yeah, definitely just self-promotion, share away, because that's the only way we're really going to meet new people. Hey, Mojo Jojo, thank you very much. Appreciate that you've enjoyed the stream. Two Socks, thank you very much for for the new friendship that that we made on here. I appreciate you stopping by, and yeah, it's just like I really can't give thanks enough for you know, everybody pitching in, chiming in on the chat. You know, it is totally fine to lurk if you want. Yeah, just appreciate any interaction, because that also just gives you a little something to feed off of as well. Because talking to myself, I can only do it for, you know, for so long, and it's been 4.5 hours. Oh my God, I never planned on it being this long tonight. But hey, the clouds have cooperated. If it wasn't for that little hiccup early on. So yeah, any bit of interaction is always good, always appreciated. But again, I'm not going to force anybody to chime in. Why does it always do that? I gotta fix my transitions. That's another thing, is just to work on more with the stream to make sure that everything is running as smoothly as possible. I did attempt to try out the Stream Deck mobile app to see how that works, but I need my Wi-Fi for the ASI Air, otherwise I can't control the telescope through here. So I will find other venues for a switching device, because I don't think right now I'm going to be spending £139 or whatever it is on a Stream Deck, when I could put that towards some astrophotography gear, such as my dew heaters, to be able to stay out longer. So we have an image. Ooh, I'm excited. I caught a glimpse of it. This could be really cool. Oh, this looks so cool. Oh my God. Sorry, block that up there. All right, it's not centered per se, however, wow. Never shot the Monkey Head Nebula before. Never, ever, ever. Man. And okay, now just a broad look at the image at the moment. The street lights have gone out, and they went out 2 minutes before I started this exposure. So there is very little, that gradient isn't as pronounced anymore. The moon is not going to be much of a factor anymore for the rest of the night. However, if I'm wrapping things up, that's neither here nor there at the moment. But yeah, just that little bit of increased contrast. The sensors remain nice and cool. We're at minus 9.9. That's 10 degrees. That's fine. Yeah, you can kind of like that brow. I guess I'm looking at it this way. There's other orientations as well that kind of bring out the detail of it, but man, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that image to end the night with. So let's do a bit of a stretch on there to increase the contrast, bump up the detail. And I think this is one of those targets that that if I were to do maybe 2-3 hours on it, that I would be able to get some good data out of that there. That is a nice bright nebula. I think I've seen an image where somebody has kind of put that image of the the head over top of it, and I can't remember what orientation it is. And I kind of see it from the left to the right there. Man, there is so much. Okay, there is a lot to unpack in this image, and man, all right. So next time around, I'm going to do some more research on this nebula because there are some parts in here that that are amazing. Like there is definitely some star forming regions in there. There is a bright pocket of a star. I can't zoom in that well with the on the keyboard. It's like this little area here looks very, very interesting because it's like this almost this pillar of dust around this very bright core of a star. Man, oh man. And even just like these little veins of dark gas and dust in that area, and these so that the dark area here would be all obscured by the dust, but just on that kind of that rim light around the you can't see my mouse pointer, that rim lighting around the edges of these clouds there, so that this would be kind of areas that are being blown away by star formation, and these filaments are kind of like what's left over from the solar winds and the radiation blowing through that section there. Yeah, I couldn't be happier with a final image for the evening. I just get that in a better orientation there, or a better zoom. Well, that is the Monkey Head Nebula NGC 2174, and the clouds have held up. The weather, the clouds have held off. The weather has held up. I was kind of worried that the winds were really going to pick up too much, and yeah, and really impact the night in a negative way. So do I post-process these on rainy nights? For these images, because it is a single exposure, there's not a whole lot more that I can do with this image. There is a little bit of processing that I can do to maybe do some quick color corrections on there. But some of the rainy day astronomy images are other areas of the night sky that I have imaged with just one shot, but I've taken at least a couple hours worth of images on there, and something like this. I guess I could, for some of the ones that have turned out really well. I mean, I did a rather crude processing of the Heart Nebula on Valentine's Day last year with from one of my images. So yeah, working on one of these could be one of the rainy day astronomy sessions, just doing I guess some of the best images that have come out from these sessions, just to see how they look. And yeah, something like that wouldn't take any more than maybe 25 minutes or so to try and pull out as much information out of those images as possible, because there is only so far we can go with these ones. But yeah, I think coming up for one of the rainy day astronomies will be the North American Nebula, which I believe I have about 3 hours worth of images on that one there, so that should turn out pretty well. That was taken with the Skywatcher 72 ED refractor, so it is a much wider field view of that nebula, which was one of the first nebula that I tried to image and spectacularly failed at, because it was, I'll find that image and share that, because there is no nebula in that photograph at all. It's just some stars and some horrible walking noise. But that's just the way progression can go there. So everything has gone as well as possible over the past 2 nights. Tomorrow night's weather is looking to be, let's see, tomorrow night's weather looks to be iffy. Possible clear skies from about 10 o'clock until 1 in the morning. Generally, I would like to kind of get started. However, it does say that there's a possibility of rain right up until about midnight. So I'll play it by ear. I'm going to see how it goes. However, it looks overall like tomorrow might be a no-go. And the rest of the week looks pants. However, leading up to next Monday, maybe, and next Tuesday, the 3rd of November, looks to be possibly a clear night. So probably maybe a similar situation as it was this week. So we'll see how tomorrow night goes. I will. I'm almost reluctant to start throwing out going live in 30 minutes, because that can really change really quickly, and then all of a sudden it's like not going live in 30 minutes. So really it is, if you guys, if you're giving me a follow, I will, the notifications will let you know if I am doing live astrophotography, or if it is rainy day astronomy, or even a video game, which is right now in the remainder of the week. If the weather is bad, I'll be live streaming some Phasmophobia, and if you have the game as well, feel free to let me know and jump on in, and we'll have some fun there. And yeah, depending on weather, going live, I'll I try to give as much notification as possible. When the weather looks consistently clear for a few days, then I generally have I'm confident with that forecast that I'll be able to do some photography. So, and hopefully once winter rolls around, we'll have cooler, clearer, calmer, more predictable skies. So there you go. RY9N79, Ryan79 maybe? Looks like Ryan79. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to our community, which I have yet to be named. And we are just rolling up to the end of our session for live astrophotography, which has been, oh my God, almost 5 hours. I had never anticipated going this long for a session, and I hear people talking about, oh yeah, I did a 5-hour live stream, and it was talking for 8 hours, and like, no, how do you do it? I don't know. It just happens. These are one of those things. So thank you guys very much for all your contributions, for the chat, for my new followers, which has been radically increased thanks to Putsy's live stream. And I'm just going to run down those names. So, Two Socks, thank you very much for the follow. The Me Boit, thank you very much. Putsy has done the raid. And Lunaria Del Rey. My name is not Pedro in Portuguese. Astro Addict, Astrophotography, Asperazza, Astrophotography, Ryan79. Thank you very much for the follows. And Ryan79, how are you tonight? I just bought my first telescope, a Jumal 8-inch Dobsonian. Haven't put it together yet. Did I make a good selection? I will do some research on that. However, a Dob it has been recommended as a fairly good starter telescope, because it is one that you can easily maneuver to look at objects. Those are also known as light buckets, so they're going to collect the light pretty efficiently, and you can see some objects that are going to be a little dimmer than others in like smaller telescopes. So at least visually, you're going to have some some good views. I recommend the Orion Nebula when that's a little higher in the sky, depending on your location. The moon is always a great target to look at, and globular clusters are always a really nice sight to see. So yeah, definitely I think that is a good selection. A lot of people suggest starting with binoculars. Depends on your goals, but I think a Daub has been recommended as a good choice to start off with, because it's easy to kind of maneuver around there. You're not dealing with a whole lot of chaos with that there. So I can look into that there, but drop me a line on my Facebook page or in the chat here again, and follow on Instagram. I will answer any questions on any of my channels. I'll keep an eye on those, and yeah, always happy to talk about astronomy and astronomy gear, astrophotography equipment, anything of the like. So I have been Tom, the Astro Canuck. I appreciate everybody so much for your contributions, and like I said, we'll see how tomorrow night goes. It is a 50-50 chance that we'll be doing some photography tomorrow night. It depends totally on the weather. There's only a 4-hour window of clear skies, so that is all. Thank you guys very much, and have a fantastic morning, a fantastic evening, a fantastic night wherever you are. And I am not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Good night.